Yo, welcome guys. Good stream. Let's go. How's it going, everyone? Ready for some blasting. Hey, what's up, Sar? It sort of extends my holiday weekend. Guys, it's Monday. Hedge time. Do your 150 while it lasts. Just saying. Ugh. What the hell? 25 minutes or horde. Should I just do horde real quick? Why not? Morning. Actually, I needed to farm horde to get a shard of Arathil, I just realized. Actually, is there a better chance to get a shard of Arathil from the bosses than from hordes? Like, there's so little like GA drops here. But this thing is not good enough. I mean, it's not bad, but basic attack speed is really low. Resources mediocre. 35%. Like this, it's gonna get like another 20% DPS. Found dozens on bosses. Yeah, this is the best shard I have so far. I'm not sure if it came from Horde or not. I've done quite some Hordes actually. Привет. I don't speak Russian though, guys. Can't speak German. You get a free GA bow from Purveyor. Nice, dude. What build are you doing? I'm gonna do a bit of Barb blasting now, and then later I think I'm gonna do a bit of cooking on Spiritborn. Well, we'll see how much cooking. But I had the idea of trying Pain Gorgers with Capeleke builds. Let's see if that works. And if it does, that could actually be pretty big. And you have to eventually also progress our Spiritborn a bit further. Still like chilling. I've quite some damage now. I wonder how the bosses will go. But yeah, one-tapping even the Desecrator and stuff. So I think it's pretty good. Hi, Martyr. How do you have Gorilla Attack on Rake with double Jaguar? You don't. You don't need it though. Are you talking about the Resilient passive? You can get it with Armored Hide. Or are you talking about the Colossal Glyph, I guess? Well, the Colossal Glyph is mostly there for the secondary and the legendary bonus. The primary does nothing. So you don't actually stack it. But the other two are good, especially the secondary bonus. You find Necro only phones Spiritborn so squishy in D4, he just went pure quill. Yeah, they are squishy. But they're definitely doable. Like I can play hardcore T4 with my phones just fine. The only stuff I'm a bit scared about is like, I don't know, Belial smashing me or some shit. So I haven't actually tried T4 Belial yet. But this was also like, I didn't play the Spiritborn for like a few days now. So I think if I had my gear now, I can probably do T4 Belial, no problem. What build is the best in hardcore? I said Pulverize is probably one of the best hardcore builds out there right now. It's very strong, easy, it just works, it's invincible. Okay, these Adlots need a few hits. I have Earthquake from the tech Rune, but it's only there for the damage buff from the aspects. So I don't really do anything with that. Why channeling puts Sorc into Poison Familiar but doesn't use the ability? Because he triggered from unstable currents. And he can give you a 10% damage buff. Yeah, it's not an Earthquake build, it's a lunging build. Nice overworld lover. How are you enjoying the build? I'm using Moni and Rune. Lunging Strike is a mobility skill which gives you access to Moni Rune, which is very efficient. So you have tons of walls, they jump around and proc the Pain Gorges everywhere. It's pretty nice. So you have pretty good AoE coverage. Any change for the tier list? Yeah, I think some stuff might have moved already, but we didn't have a meeting yet. So meeting will be on Saturday actually, when we do like probably do some bigger update. Like some emergency changes probably happen on the fly, in case something is like, you know, bugged, broken, whatever. But overall the tier list seemed relatively good so far. Okay. It's funny to see all the health bars move at the same time. Even though I hit only one guy. It's kinda cool. I mean, this goes pretty well actually. Oh look, here's still a temper. And another one. Wonder how much outsider stuff is. Gem fragments. 220. 11.3, almost no opposite side right now. It was almost 1k anyway. Yo. I haven't played a Necro. I'm not planning to relay this season. Fuck man, these boots. Even with res. What are they gonna do with those? Is Rogue Pensioner good for Uber? I haven't tried. But they should always get one bounce at least, so there's no walls there. But they should get at least like the bounce, you know, from just coming back basically. What Paragons should we aim for to start this one Spiritborn build? Yeah, the build is very powerful, so it doesn't really need Paragons to go into Torment 4 and stuff. It's just that you are lacking armor and resistances if you don't have high Paragons. That's a bigger deal. But on softcore, not such a problem, I guess. Just try to stack it up as much as you can from your gear, and that's it. You can use a normal helm, that's what I've been using. Just a normal helm at the start. To get some armor and res instead of loyalty. I'll save that thing.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? My hammer sings on your return. Magic in a bottle. Oh, an exquisite concoction. Speed of the pack.
We still want to do some more Bloodbane because I need to get Seer mods. Let's do that actually. And the thing about rolling a Druid. Druid is very nice right now. Shit. 11 seconds. Okay, we come back for the next outside. I didn't pay attention to the timer. Can do one of these. Lord Seer. I'm not sure if we can do a Lord Seer right now. I think I want to get a bit of like damage upgrades until then. How about some Titans? 5 Titans, let's go. Combat. It's Barb o'clock morning, yeah. Let's go. Like when, who's that? Icy. When I played Spiritborn, I did it for my season starter. I started with Invade, and I don't know what Paragon I was. 120 or something. I swapped to Balazan build when I was in Torment 3 basically. And then I just played Balazan build for like 2 days. Up to like Paragon 230 or something. And was fine. It's a bit scary though. Spiritborn is definitely on the squishy side. Like I think my Druid is legit like 4 times tankier than my Spiritborn. Would actually be interesting if there was a toughness value here. I think that would be kind of helpful. The damage changes too much on Mythic Circle. Yeah, I mean, you get to the point where in Torment 4 it doesn't matter. So in Torment 4 it's basically just like, okay, you ignore the circles, and then on the boss it procs and you one-shot the boss, boom, that's it. But yeah, I mean, with like this insane double dipping, and especially with the investment into mystic circles, it gets pretty wild. But I don't really have a way around it, so that's just what it is. I think universally people don't like the mystic circle mechanic. So either they need to adjust this to, like, you know, have a shorter cooldown at the very least or something. Or maybe allow you to proc multiple. Or I don't know. Or maybe just allow them to move if you're better. I mean, there's many ways you could do that. On top of obviously fixing the double dipping. You've done 30 strong and no sigil. Really? That seems giga. Okay, are you sure you did a quest? Are you on an alt? Yeah, I think a lot of the pain could already be alleviated with Mythic Circles if they just made it a shorter timer. Like, just make it proc every 4 seconds instead of every 10 or something. That would already help, I think. So, yeah, like, at the very least you know, okay, worst case, I wait a few seconds and I get it. Then, unlucky heretics. The identifier is bugged, you have to not insta-kill the ads, then it's fine. Or a boot aspect that makes the circle with you, that's a great idea. Well, that boot aspect exists, but we can't use it because Duelist goes on the boots. Like, first of all, Duelist needs to become an offensive aspect. For some reason they didn't make this offensive. Morning, James. Always a pleasure to see him. Crit highlight seems to be outperforming burn. Yeah, I heard that for farming the crit works better because you just like insta one tap everything. But burn is like the higher end version. Although right now it's probably just because of the enlightenment bug. Everyone is spraying enlightenment, so you don't actually benefit from the big combustion passive, right? But I mean, that's gonna get fixed in most likely 6 hours. And then it's back to burn, I imagine. Oh, there have been plenty of updates lately, yes. Gummy bears. Oh man, I love this when you have to leave resets. Leap feels so good in this game, man. I'm looking forward to Season 10. Season 10 has the promised Masterwork rework, so that's gonna be POG. And has an Infernal Hordes rework, which I'm not so sure about, but who knows. Infernal Hordes definitely is in need of updating because it's just like way too repetitive, I feel. So hopefully they're gonna do something cool there. And I mean, I don't know. If they just kind of keep the balance similar to what it is now, fix all of the Spiritborn double dipping, make the class a bit more powerful in general, then yeah, it could be really cool, depending on what else they do with like builds and balance. I mean, right now, Season 9 actually has like really nice meta, I think. There's so many cool and fun builds right now. This is really nice. Like, I'm just having a blast with everything I play right now. Masterwork Rework is gonna be a 4th purple tier, probably. Oh, we are expecting that it will allow us to only reset 4 ranks at a time for masterworking. And maybe they're gonna do some other tweaks, I don't know. The time you've been watching me and commenting, have you ever heard me say anything negative about a game? I'm not sure. I don't remember everyone's chat history. But luckily I can press a button to check it. Hey Vienna boy, thank you man. Good morning. As a rogue needs high lucky hit. The whole build is based on lucky hit. Yeah, now for Crit Hydra, they fixed some bug when the season started. There was a bug on PTR apparently where something wasn't working for the Crit Hydra, which made it really weak. And it could be that Crit is just better. I don't know. I haven't played Hydra yet, so we'll see. There's no runes to get them from the bosses. What Druid do I play? I played a Wolf, which is now largely complete. I also want to make an Earth Spike. And who knows, maybe we're gonna cook a Stormclaw. Do have a good Crone Staff. So we'll see. The drop rate is horrible. It's okay. If you keep farming bosses, you get plenty of legendary runes. They've upped the drop rates. It's relatively consistent to just, you know, do bosses for an hour or two and most likely get, you know, most of the legendary runes at least once. Spell looks the most fun so far. It's very fun, yeah. Can recommend. Now we need mythic runes. I mean, first of all, they need to delete like half of the blue runes because they're like initially pointless. Or at least, I don't know, rework them to something useful. I think also Quack's rune needs to change. Quack's rune is just kind of an annoying rune, I feel. And it just goes into like every fucking build at some point. And then you have like this inconsistent, like, you know, everyone who can't proc Quacks well just goes Ahu Quacks. So they always have this shitty like lucky hit mechanic, and it doesn't work on the first 20% on the boss, and like, oh my god, man. I think they need to do something about that. With unique and mythic health potions. Man, you have some great ideas here. I guess a health potion like D3 style, where you can do something like break a wall or something, could be kind of interesting. Any innocent recycling double swing? Nah. I mean, Barb is already down bad enough. I don't need to play a meme build on top of that. Like, I played a lot of double swing last season, and that was before they nerfed overpower. I mean, at least now, you probably don't do overpower with it anymore, or at least it's not gonna do such a big thing anymore. And you're gonna scale it a bit different, and it's gonna feel better. Like, the overpower nerfs are definitely helpful to make the build feel better, but they also nerf the build. So first of all, they have to buff double swing to a viable level, and then maybe at least to fix the feeling of it. And you probably get to the point where T4 is no problem, but yeah, I've played like, I don't know, 40 hours of double swing last season or something. That's good enough for me for now. Is it worth doing Kuras for legendary runes? No. We found bosses for those. The rune tributes are pretty shit. How can you keep your fury up? You just made a build, but it drains insanely fast. The boots give you fury per second, so like that you're like already sustained basically. And then you have Rallying Cry, you can use that to get started. I mean, you probably don't have starters, but you should get the boots at least, they're easy to get. And then this is kind of like a non-issue. Otherwise, a reactive ooze always works, guys. Reactive ooze. Season power. That is really powerful. I'm planning to get back to last Epoch once the new season released. No, before that. I would definitely farm out the side in Ambulance because you get a ton of other shit there. Plus the Astaroth fight, escalation, sigils, and so on. It's pretty rewarding to go to Ambulance, the strong rooms in particular. I think the strong rooms on T4 give you like 2k each time. The fastest is refinement tributes, but you don't get that many of them. If you want to turbo farm up the side, you do refinement. And otherwise just farm 9 dimensions, you get a ton of other stuff. Is there a possibility that Balazan builds will be nerfed? Yes, but a small one. I don't think that Spiritborn is popular or game-breaking enough right now to see a mid-season adjustment for the Balazans builds. Or rather the Jaguar Hall. I think in Season 10 they might just redesign Jaguar Hall, and that's the end of it, basically, with the bugs. At least that's what I'm hoping for. They will nerf Barb. Let's go. Will they change Quill Volley? Yeah, I suggested to them to reduce the single target damage into like a hit of Quill Volley, and then just buff the core skills across the board. Maybe they'll do something like that, because Quill Volley is just like clearly the best core skill for like Kapaleka setups, for example. You really notice the gap. I mean, it might also just be that the other core skills are undercooked, you know? Like I mean, Rake has found its place now, so after they fix the Jaguar main hall, Rake will remain the Balazan build, and all the other Balazan builds will vanish. And that's it. So Rake has found its place now, and it's good, it's strong, everything is fine. Quill Volley, okay, has its place as well. And then maybe they just need to, you know, update Stinger and Crushing Hand with something, you know, in another aspect, another unique, you know, give it something special. And then maybe it's fine, actually. So some eminences, I guess. What do we have? Dead Man's Twitch. Ah, well. How much I will Quill Goat and Rake? I mean, for the Balazan builds? We don't know. Like, we have to wait until, you know, there's actually some data and stuff. But there were not many people that really tried the stuff on the PTR, so I did a lot of cooking, and I figured that, you know, all the Balazan variants are almost the same power, but I mean, it's very high RNG, lots of fishing and stuff, you know, like, and even when you get exactly the same run, there's RNG with, like, you know, when do you get your damage procs and your Crux procs and your Jaguar Hall procs, and, you know, sometimes you just explode the boss, and, you know, there's like so much RNG with that it's very hard to really tell which one is the better one. So we have to wait until there's like more clears and more data and stuff. I do expect that Quill might be a bit more single target damage and potentially push a bit higher, but you're talking probably about like, you know, a range of like 2 pit tiers or something maybe. But that's it. So maybe Quill is gonna do like 125 and Rake is gonna do 123 or something, but something like that. You only have like a hit from Starless, do you need more? No you don't. Fist of Fate goes into the Thrash variant because there's no other good aspect and it just helps with a bunch of stuff. But for Quill you don't go for Fist of Fate. How high can Trusting Blade speed farm? It's pretty good. It's like basically similar as like the Penshot build. And I'm not sure how high that can go, but I think a decked out rogue, you can probably farm like 75 plus. Easily. Probably higher. Like 90-second runs. I think it's 2k out the side, right? Kinda nice. I'm gonna try to start to just like farm the strong room and dip. Let's see. Hello Alpha, by the way. The 3 phases boss are pain in the neck. What would be the suggestion to make them better? Honestly, I think the best suggestion would be to just make them tankier so that the immunity phases don't feel like such a chore. Like if you get to the point where you don't just like one-tap the bosses and then wait like half a minute and then one-tap them again and wait half a minute, I guess that could be a lot more interesting. But realistically, this only works if, you know, they drop a lot more stuff or a lot better stuff. I think it would be ideal if, like, for example, we just get, like, you know, 90% less boss mods. Like, you know, every drop is a GA. And bosses have, like, 5 times the HP than they do now. Or something like that. I think something like that would be a lot more interesting. And then it would actually feel good to, like, you know, take them down on Torment 4, even after, like, a, you know, a 1 or 2 minute fight or something like that. And then, you know, boom, it drops, like, 7 items of GAs. Give it, like, a decent mythic chance as well. You know, something like a 5 to 10% chance or so. And then I think this would just feel a lot better than it does right now. I think the immunity phases per se are not a problem. It's just, the problem is, the immunity phases are the entire fight. Right? Because you just go in and one-tap them. And then you do this like 200 times in a row, and obviously you just want to uninstall. But if you kill like, you know, 20 Duriels in a season, it's fine that there is an immunity phase. And if you kill 20 Andariels in a season, and you know, and this is like the total number of kills, you know, let's say you kill like 20 of each boss in a season, and that is all you need to get all your stuff, you know, it's totally fine that there's some immunity phases. Why not, you know? Unlucky to Scourge. I think you're missing out. Which weight version would I recommend for console players? I'm not really sure what is the issue on console if you wait. Is there no button that you can just hold, like the Thunder Spike stuff? And like a force attack button? Or what? Can you not do that on console? I figured Wait would be a very console friendly build. 2.3k actually. Robots Reserve, huh? A very nice thing to save. Evade is fine on console, but I can't hold down a button. Maybe the strongest ones are half-baked, half the choices don't do anything meaningful. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, like, you know, choices to make and stuff, and it's also, like, a bit of, like, okay, are you strong enough or not, or, you know, can you handle the no potion thing, can you handle the no evade thing? You know, I think there is some choices that make sense. Or, like, the, okay, if you're, like, too weak, you can do, like, the stuff where, like, you know, you have the mummies, and you, like, guide them to the pillar and these kind of things. I don't know. I guess they don't really modify the reward or something. And it could be interesting if, like, for example, you could do stuff like, okay, you take this choice, and then the resulting escalation nightmare dungeon sigil will have this affix, or something like that. You know, I think there needs to be maybe more stuff like that, because right now we have, like, no control over the affixes, besides, okay, we get a bunch of sigils, and we run them, but for escalation, for example, it doesn't even keep the affixes that it had at the start, so you can't even run, like, the same thing 3 times. And this is always random. You have no control over what Astaroth drops. Like, it would be nice if we could do something like that, right? But this could also be solved with, like, an Atlas passive tree style system, which I hope we're gonna get in the expansion. You know, something like PoE style, like, you know, give yours, like, any of your sigils from any source a higher chance to have this or that, and so on. So you can actually, like, you know, go for certain things. And we can also, like, do more juicing, you know, allow us to make it harder. Like, you could do stuff like, okay, Astaroth has 200% more life, but he always drops 5 uniques extra. Or, you know, like, some stuff like that he can choose as, like, as a passive. That will always apply. Or, I don't know. You know, in your 9 dungeons, meteors rain from the sky. But every escalation sigil has the Obol Reserve affix. Or, I don't know. You know, stuff like that. Right? There could be lots of fun stuff they can add, with, especially now that they have these, like, thousands of different affixes. And then they can also bring back season content, right? Oh, your 9 dungeons now spawn extra malignant elites. And those malignant elites can, you know, drop materials, which you then use to craft legendary gems. You know? And then all your 9 dungeons can now spawn bloodseekers that hunt you down. And, you know, they allow you to, I don't know, drop some other in-game currency to re-roll your greater affixes on your items. I don't know. You know, there's, like, so much stuff they could do. And it's kind of likely that we're going to see something like that, because it seems like they have now built the technology to do this kind of stuff with, like, the new 9 dungeon system. What? What the fuck, dude? Fuck. What do I do now? I kind of need the rest, that's the problem. And there's not really a good other place to get rest, that's the other problem. Like, everything is fucking uniques. So I feel like I kind of need the rest. But on the other hand, it might be doable somehow. With a GA and masterworking and stuff. He lost 660k gold to a bug. Well, good news. You vendor 5 items and you have your gold back. That is kind of wild, yeah. I think I'll try to advertise some sales while we're at it. Nice upgrade here. It's a nice upgrade, but it's still missing 20%, man. Okay. Definitely a bunch of upgrades here on the aspects. Let's get some rings. Actually, I should gamble amulets, I think. Resist aren't too hard to cap on Barb, you use the chest. Yeah, you can't really play this build without Rage of Harrogate though, that's the thing. Like, Rage of Harrogate is the best chest here. I guess you can't, I mean, okay, you can play it. You can do Tyrells, you can do Shroud, and that helps you also to cap the rest of the extra int. You get potentially like a 400 int, which is like 8 res actually, just from Shroud. And then Grandfather also has a ton of all stats to give you res. So I guess you can cap it with just one item of res on the ring. Ever seen a pit boss kill someone and then it registers them as dead and alive? Then when they return to checkpoint it gets clicked, it just glitches their body and destroys the armor. I've never heard of that. Also, I want to buy my amulet, the Druid. It's a very good amulet, to be fair. Will and heightened senses. Oh! What the fuck? Guys buying the amulet for 350 million. Pork. Let's go. Lilith is bugged, yeah. Don't kill the ads instantly. What happened to the raid? Does anyone play that? Nah, it's just sitting there. No one cares. 2J neck. Oh, gimme. Not the worst. Dude, I think I'll use that actually. You can roll like counter offensive or like what other passive do you want? Yeah, I think I don't really have hope of capping my crit anyway, at least if I play Ugly Bastard Helm. But apparently there's some bugs going on with Ugly Bastard Helm. I mean, right now my crit chance is like 75%, so this would be kind of nice.
Greetings. What's left, you ask?
I'm just thinking up some escalation sigils here for later. Then we can run a bunch of Astaroths. Strong room. Strong room. Strong room. Material reserve. Amethyst reserve. Is it always yellow? And this? I don't know how I can kill pit boss of higher levels due to resource problem. Once you have a starter skies, it should be no issue, but yeah, the resource proc with Valazan Quill, you have a lot of lucky hit. So do you have the lucky hit chance to restore resource? That's important. And then you should basically always get it back. And then you have the backup of reactive ooze. But most of the time, even when the Crux procs, you go to 0, you instantly get it back from all the hits that you do with Quill. And then reactive ooze is just like the backup. Have that thing, have this thing. There's an Azarath. Our biggest sale of the season so far, guys. This amulet. GA will and 2 heightened senses. 350 million. Any softcore estimates for this? Ooh, he has a big weapon, man. Oh, he actually is just gearing his character. He hasn't played it, actually. Nothing is tempered. He's just shopping. Okay. That is a big pair of pants, man. Big pants for big DPS. Well... Morning, Foxy. Do I have an Ahu rune? Only one. Okay. Gold stonks. Okay, we're selling the 4GA Sky Hunter for 500M. Yeah, perfect Sky Hunter. Pretty. But I have no intention to use it this season. Who if I buys that? Ah, there's people, like there's Vein of Arrows, for example, that's pretty good. That runs Sky Hunter, I think. Although I'm not 100% sure what the Exile is cooked this season. But I'm pretty sure it runs Sky Hunter. Yeah, maybe some people just wanna play like, you know, a common point build, or some people just wanna not play Azurath stuff. Is this shop or free? This was last season, the Berserk collab. If you collect 4GAs, yeah, it's also just a nice collector's item, to be fair. Like a perfect Sky Hunter is... that's an item, you know? Even if it's currently not the meta, it's likely they're gonna buff it again next season or whatever if you wanna play Eternal, or even if you just wanna have it, right? It's 100% perfect. Yeah, it feels a bit like Flicker, but with more control. It's okay. It's just like, okay, every attack flickers you, but you don't go like uncontrollably everywhere. It's very fun. I think you'll enjoy this if you play this. For our next free 4G drop, you need to give it to our Twitch or YouTube chat with a raffle or a sub. I don't know, maybe a bit later in the season. Like right now, I'm still, you know, I need gold, I need to make builds, you know, I want to make guides. If I just give everything away, I will never get anywhere. And then people can't play my builds because I can't make guides. What last time it works like that. Yeah, it's just kind of like you stay in place and then your character just kind of like jumps around, right? But you don't have like this flicker feel, I guess. I mean, this bit is very fun, actually. You don't need more than just a leap and right click. Feels good. You also have to pull. The pull from Wrath feels very fun. I wasn't I supposed to find a strong room here somewhere? Where's the strong room? Or did I finish it? I think I finished it, right? Oops. Single target good. Feels fine so far.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Upgrade, upgrade on. World boss soon. 40 minutes. Is Azura Frenzy viable? You should ask Condas about that. He's been trying these kind of things, I believe. How much better Azura TB is than Poison TB? Can do a T4 poison, but bosses take forever. Bosses should actually be something of a strength of TB, I feel. So it sounds like you're just like not decked out enough to do T4 comfortably. But usually the bosses are kind of like the minor problem. But it seems like Azurath has higher DPS once you scale it up. Also, like I feel like Azurath just kind of like works better because like instant damage versus the poison where you have to wait. And it reminds more of the old school TB, you know, where you just like jump around and one-shot packs. And it feels very nice with Azurath. Why is Azurath the source of damage on basically every build? Mostly because of the expansion. Item power 800 Azurath just got like a massive boost from the expansion basically. And now that they nerfed, you know, stuff like all power and other sources of damage scaling, it's that on many builds. And some cooking as well. I mean, Azurath has been there since Season 6. I played it in Season 6. I played Barrage with Azurath. I didn't do Pen or TB with it, but the builds are exactly the same. It's just that now people started getting a bit more of an interest in cooking on other builds, and well, now we landed on Pen Shot and TB as well. Where previously I had like Poison TB and stuff like that. And I guess no one really tried to explore the Azurath stuff because of Death Trap's dominance, for example, on the Rogues you know, everyone was just playing Death Trap, and, you know, the other builds, they kind of like, you know, for example, for the Maxwell guide, sometimes, with, you know, for like these non-meta builds, it's more about the identity and the feel of the build than it is about, you know, trying to min-max every single like little piece of DPS out of it. If it's like a non-meta build, you already know you're playing a non-meta build, and at least it should be fun, right? And it should be like the thing you expect it to be. But in other cases, it's like, okay, the gap is so large. Like, for example, precision builds are kind of down bad right now. 10-shot precision is just like kind of weak. But if you play it with Azurath, it's actually pretty good. And so the gap is like large enough to say, okay, I'm just gonna make it an Azurath build, and, you know, fuck the identity. And at least it's a good and fun build, and it's actually like a meta build now, right? So if the gap is that large, then we do that. The same with Rake, right? We had Rake on max roll, and Rake is just like D tier or some shit. But with Balazan stuff, it's like S, you know, it's like the best build basically. So we just decided, okay, fuck Rake, fuck the identity. This is just gonna be the Balazan build now. So kind of comes down a little bit to like Judgement call sometimes. I want to try this Obol Delve. We have 300 Obols. This guy ever reply to me? Okay, the guy who wanted to buy my Scar Hunter is not buying my Scar Hunter. Unlucky. So got reverse mannered. Retraction of power creep made irrelevant. Kind of. Yeah, it's just like, you know, Azure, for example, couldn't benefit from overpower. It's a proc, it can't overpower. And so, you know, nerfing overpower obviously relatively buffs something like Azurath. Now, okay, most rogue builds weren't really overpowering in the first place. You know, Poison the Bee, for example, or, you know, most of these like precision builds, like they didn't really go for overpower. There was like a flurry overpower build for a while. But okay. There were also other nerfs, right? Like some of the key passes got nerfed on Rogue and so on. And yeah, overall it just kind of ended up being like a really good choice. And it has always been there since Season 6, basically. And I guess people just didn't really explore it much. It's the same thing as Evade. Like Evade was also like really powerful since Season 6. But then, you know, some cooking happened lately, and here we are, and so on. So any use for Andariels? Not really, but there's a Quill Andariel build you can check out if you want. It's on the Quill Volley guide on Maxwell. There's a variant, which is like a decent build, but it struggles on bosses a bit. It's funny because Death Trap is still good. That tells you how OP was Death Trap. Yes, and Death Trap was ridiculous. It was already basically the best build on Rogue in Season 6. And then in Season 7, they bug fixed the Beastfall boots and buffed it with this like rank 5 pull, which was just completely over the top, right? And then in Season 8 they nerfed it, and in Season 9 they nerfed it again, and it's still like basically top build. But at least there's competition now, you know, for Death Trap, so you don't have to play only Death Trap, and, you know, you don't feel bad for playing other builds. And I think it's fine for Death Trap to be as strong as it is now, because it's kind of like, you know, hard to assemble, and, you know, like you kind of have like a progression curve there, right? And eventually it becomes really good, and that's okay. But yeah, like last season Death Trap was just way too good. And this like giga pull it had was just way too much as well, like it just completely outclassed everything else. So that needed to go. The box. It's hard to dance nice with the treasure room. When you find it. Okay, so something about Ugly Bastard Helm that I learned from our Barbs here in Max Roll. Apparently Ugly Bastard modifier drops off if you recast Wrath while it's active. So you just lose the 60% damage buff. Beautiful. Actually, I realized I changed it to a 10 seconds baseline duration now. Wrath used to be 5, but now it's 10. You prefer it more in Season 0 as a supplementary damage? Yeah, I mean, I'd also like to see Death Trap, you know, have like a support role in some builds. And there are actually some occasions where that's the case, but yeah, it's mostly you go Shadow Clone for DPS. Shadow Clone is probably still a bit too good, but at least it's like not prohibitively strong anymore. Got almost 1,000 opals in this dungeon and I didn't even full clear it. Not terrible. The lucky hit chance cap for pen shot. 250. Assuming Druid is the current best build, right? Since I completed 107 of it. I mean, it's the highest I've pushed. But I mean, the Rake Balazan build that I have is way stronger than that. So... Oh. Interesting, I played the sell animation but didn't sell it. Morning, Argos. Why didn't I push out a spirit? Because then I made the rogue. And my spirit, I was just kind of like, I wanted to get more paragons, I wanted to get like, one or two, like, starlets was missing, I think, and some other upgrades. I was kind of like waiting to get those, but I didn't want to just like keep grinding on the spirit, and I wanted to see the other builds. We go back to the Spiritborn, and they're gonna do like 115 or 120 or so, I guess is probably the target. You know, I did like a lot of the season start grind with the Spiritborn and played it for like 2 days, 3 days straight or something. And now we're gonna do some of the other grind with other characters and then we come back. Since you have the shared progression, why not? World boss in 1 minute. Do we go? Let's go. Copium, maybe someone is there. Let's do a quick advertise this. Yeah, you can do insta teleport. 60 million. Yeah, I got 60 million for a Nago rune. That's a lot of people, yeah. Holy. Carl or God Slayer for pen shot. Yeah, both works. I like the Carl for the consistency, but God Slayer is nice too, because you have to pull and it feels like God Slayer feels fun. And especially if you're like giga speed farming and killing bosses in 3 seconds, God Slayer is pretty good to help you do that. Where can I make the new gem? In Carrigar. Didn't make it so I only get a fire bonus more if cast Wrath. With the Master Term. Yeah, I need to cast it, but apparently the buff just doesn't work at all if you recast it while it's active. So that's what our Barb said here. So I guess until that is fixed, either you just press Wrath only after 10 seconds, it needs to let it fall off. But I mean, it doesn't even show, like, it doesn't even show that it's active on the fucking timer here. So you can't even tell. So you need like, I don't know, some timer on your screen or some shit. I actually just realized, it doesn't show that Wrath is active at all. How high pit can a spot push? We've seen lunging do it like around 100. Not sure exactly where it lands right now. What's the max attack speed you should have on pen? You want to try to get to 200% bonus from cap 1 and cap 2. You want to max out both if you can. I have like a few notes about that in my planner. You can check the planner in the notes. And the 4 for lunging. Nice. I'm gonna have to use Perdition Helm. Can we use air instead of Ugly Bastard? Yeah, it turns out you should, because Ugly Bastard is bugged. Dude, there's a Blizzard Sorc. Holy. No one died on as well, boss. Incredible. I didn't want to do some Helltides actually, now that I think about it. There's also another Hordes. And of course using Perdition, yeah. Do I foresee myself farming to 300 this season? I mean, I'm not making that many builds this season, so potentially. I mean, we have the keys. But I still have a lot of bosses to farm. And you get like another 1 or 2 versions of starters. And you get like another 1 or 2 shrouds, hopefully with the right GA at some point. I have to get a grandfather. So there's plenty of bossing still to do. Especially on the Barb, I've barely done anything. There's a lot of items I'm missing. I'm not near, I have 750. Paragard, I have 750. Shard sucks. And then, you know, I want to probably do some cooking on Stormstrike Druid. And the city rune farming worth? No. 2 bosses for runes. If hardcore becomes softcore and softcore becomes hardcore. What do you mean is that? This is Lunging Strike Barb. Holy Stormclaw Copium. Yeah, apparently it's working. Playing Gorgeous Fix plus the Stormstrike Upstate, apparently it's not bad. I hear people doing like 90s. You find so many legendary there. Enquiries. Do you have like some estimate like how many runs per legendary rune? It was pretty bad, and okay, they buffed on the city specifically, but they also buffed rune drops in general. And rune drops are just always the best from bosses. And you know, you also get a lot of other shit from bosses while you get nothing else in Enquiries. So I was just always farm bosses for the runes. And I don't know, at least personally I feel I'm already doing enough Undercity runs just for tiny tributes. So I don't want to bother with rune tributes either. Yeah, I think with the Ugly Bastard bug, I'm probably just gonna put like a Gold Slayer into the Barb setup. Maybe a normal helm. Put armor res. It's like to get started. And then Perdition. I need to fix the planner. Paid 100 this season is Pit. What last season? I don't know, but I would say 90 or maybe lower even. Just from the feeling. I have not seen the numbers yet of the new scaling. Yeah, there's like one issue though. I go with no Ugly Bastard helm. I can't do Scornful Light. At least you don't take 10% extra damage. So this kind of makes up for the loss of the aggressive resistance there. But then we have to get another gem here. This is like Will Breaker, I guess. Stormstrike build isn't on Maxer anymore. It hasn't been for like 7 seasons or so. It's been a pretty dead build for a long time. But it seems like it might make a comeback, you know. But we'll see. I guess if we see something like a close to 100 clear or so on Storm Strike, I'll definitely be in like bring back territory. But yeah, I think the last time we had a Storm Strike guide was like season 3 or some shit. I think ever since they made Loot Reborn, basically, a Storm Strike was just a dead build, as far as I know. I'm gonna make a Sorc. Yeah, I'm planning to. But the higher build, you know, it looks okay, but it doesn't really entice me that much as any other stuff here, so we're gonna chill a bit. And also, you know, Sorc is bugged right now, and I don't want to deal with that shit. It's not a playlist question mark, it's exclamation mark playlist. Where's the pen RF build guide, Ulge? Tango just spreading is very funny, I gotta say. Why couldn't this be a 2GA? Wait, that's the third blade. Debated. Never mind, I guess. I'm trying to get the shard at some point. It's a struggle. We saw a sword player in a pit playing LS, he was actually keeping up. Yeah, I think people use like Lightning Spear because that's like part of the bug that the Sorcs have right now. +4 to Hammer of the Ancients, insane. He's a goat. Dude, this pet is nice. Look at that. Okay, Lightning Spear just for stacks, I see. Yeah, if you don't use like the doggies or something, I guess Lightning Spear helps a lot with that. This guy says want to buy Bug for 125 mil. I'm doing that. 125 mil for Bug, what the fuck? Seems like Bug goes for like the most, right? Is that the most expensive rune? I have $5. Okay. Eom is the most expensive. That's for Shaco, right? Yeah, I'm selling most of my runes for like 50, 60. Buck 125 is good. Really, Eom is the most expensive. But there's so few builds that run Shaco right now, I feel. Like Starless is probably the most popular. And then Shroud. Or maybe Shroud and then Starless. And then I feel like Shaco is like mostly for the Sorcs and that's it. So this is Bug. This is Ohm. Soul for Grandfather. How's my soul situation? Maybe I can actually make one. I have fake souls. Okay. This guy wanted a Tam, and this was a Sorc. What build is he doing? Yeah, Jar is good, Eom is good, Ohm is good, Buck is good. And I guess the others are kind of whatever. Okay. I want to play Sorc. Yeah, I guess there's a lot of Sorcs right now. Until they bug fix it at least. I guess a lot of people see like the 150 clears and like making a Sorc. And before they ever, you know, reach Torment 4, they're gonna bug fix it anyway. So... Yo. Shit. I'm taking the gems. Shaco is in evade. Ah, true. I mean, there's obviously other classes that also use Shaco, but I was just thinking, like, you know, the most of the mana builds right now don't actually run it besides Sorc and, okay, maybe evade. And who knows, there's maybe like some odd builds here and there, but... Okay, so what's my crit chance? 100. Still 100. Can I get rid of some crit? Oh my god. Wait, we have to gem, right? Okay, we can remove this one. And this one. And now we lose movement speed. What's my season pass right now? Bottle. This. We have 2 times power. Don't really need that though. %, attack speed. So I think I kind of want to do that. And then we can do idle again, we can do will breaker. Physical damage, redeal, shatters enemy spirit, cause you take 40% more damage for 6 seconds. Yeah, that's pretty good. 40% for the first 6 seconds. I mean, while farming right now, I'm basically killing everything in 6 seconds. So that works. Let me get the attack speed here. How's my movement? My movement is fine because we have movement there. Oh, this goes into the stash and probably never comes out again. And how much crit is this now? Okay, so we are 8% overcapped. So we basically do not need the ring roll. We have to replace this at some point. Fuck. Which means you can put attack speed there. Which means I don't need this neck that I got earlier with crit and strength GA. Which is a bit sad. Do I try to sell this thing? It's pretty good. I don't want to go for Grandfather anyway. Need a better status as well. What was that again? Ohm. I have like no ohm at all. In fact, I do not have an ohm. I have 5 Aeon runes though. I should try to sell those. 5 Aeon, 5 Vex, Foxan, 6 Yom. What was Yom? Vex is Selic, nice. Yom doesn't actually have any purpose. Okay. Nah, I should have attack speed here instead of crit, but I'm not gonna bother with it now until another ring maybe pops up. Although, how's my res? Maybe I told 2 here. We are 2 res overcapped, so I just need to hit 1 res and Master to 12. Okay, let's check ring. So we got life, attack speed, res. Like this.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
$11.5. $12.5. We have another one. I'd like to get a better roll. It's a GA res. We probably don't need that. What the fuck? GA attack speeds. And realistically, am I gonna get more attack speed? Yeah, we're gonna get more attack speed at some point. Let me see the planner. If only this like catalytic skill gives you attack speed thing, right? Yeah, okay, actually I have it. Anyway. And here's like a GA attack speed of 1 crit. And there is no attack speed here. So this is 25 attack speed, this is 38. So this is basically the entire attack speed roll we got there on the ring. But yeah, it's gonna be easy to make another ring at some point, I suppose. It's not such a big deal. Just go with this. Need all res on us. We also need this actually. As well as... Fuck. Actually, we don't. We have the wolfies. We don't actually need that. How's our life? Thank you, Blank Moose. I hate res. Fuck. That's a bit low. I wonder if Auras has the same chance to roll as all the other resistances. Maybe. Oh my god, 2.7 per roll. For a fucking ring. There's Vuln again, holy. Okay, 9.5. Oof. Let's see when I equip this. I'm missing 7.5. So I have to hit it at least once, I guess. Shit. We have enough attack speed, actually. .8 away. Close enough. Okay. So my crit right now is... almost perfect actually. But this thing is a non-ancestral, so I guess he's gonna take Rage of Hargon and like Masterwork up the life and then the R or something. We don't actually need that crit. So Ugly Bastard is Ditch. Perdition time. How much attack speed are you going for on the character sheet? It should be plus 100%. Because you have 100% from the other cap. So there's like basic attack and basic attack. This is cap 2. You get 100% there. And then cap 1 is from gear and paragons and stuff. And Myriad Stone. So actually 170%. And then for the here. Okay, we have 156% crit chance. Beautiful. How much is this? 38. What about life? So our life goes up like around 10%. I think I prefer the life over the DR from bleeding. This is like technically better, but it doesn't work on pit shadows. So we do this. The basic skills there. And we have... we don't actually want the attack speed in that case, yeah. Unless you go for a different gem. So that's another alternative. I think it's gonna put a strength roll. This is 342, 320, 23%. It's like around almost 6% damage. It's probably fine. We can't really change much else. We just have way too much crit and there's nothing we can do about it. I guess we can do something here though. There's so much attack speed. So actually, if you get a Stardust, you get to the point where you don't need that. I think this is enough. So the breakpoint is 3.256. Divided by 1.1. So you need 196% attack speed bonus. So get 100% in cap 2 and you need 96 in cap 1. So this is cap 1 here. So you can do it with just a normal roll and a good Stardust. And worst case you can masterwork this up. Or here as well. So in that case you don't need that gem. We can go another gem. We also need to go Will Breaker. And then we can do CDR even. What else is there? We also have this here actually, we don't want that anymore. What did I put now? Will, Catalytic, and Catalytic. So we can do Idle. When we don't need the attack speed. Idle is just kinda nice, I guess. Or I can do the R. Power, denial. We can do like a CC one actually, and this will also trigger some other stuff. I don't have anything right now. Power, denial, so we do like a control. There's the mobilize, the daze. Stun. Do we care about stun? I don't think so. Freeze all affected enemies. After you evade, you also grant 50% dodge chance for double that duration. It's kinda nice actually. 15 dodge. We don't have any stun synergy, do we? What? It's not even a mention of car control here. Yeah, I think we do this. Then it has to be like really comfy and tanky with the Heraldic Crest. Just gives you like all the defense. We need more res. So something like that. And push, I think I only changed the runes, right? Here's Monique Sun. So I think this is gonna get changed now. We have 116 crit. Can we reduce that in any way? Actually, I don't need No Mercy. We're still capped anyway. Can do this, for example. Oh, wait a minute. Attack speed increased by 9%. Duelist is included. Okay. Yeah, I think this looks fine. So this is Ground Stomp. Seal full. Okay, let's delete this. Not yet, actually. Alt. There's a Paragon board that I need to copy over. Now I can delete this. Well. Onyx yeah, full. I think otherwise I didn't change anything. Okay, wait a minute. You have to copy this. Okay, we have to make a copy of the mythic that I just made. So now we have this. And now we take the skill tree. Alright. Pepega. Okay. Yeah, there's a different rune here, that's fine. A different glyph, and the skill tree is slightly different. So now we delete that. And we put ground stomp. We do Monique Sun. We do Seer full. And that was it. Now one thing we could do is idle from below to get the extra packs. Which probably is fine to replace this with. We should not need to cooldown that badly here. Okay, now Ancestral, what do we do here? Ugly Bastard is not working. So I could do Godslayer, or I think I was gonna put like a normal helm. This is not it. Damage to like armor, res. Oh, there's also maximum resource actually, that's also good. And you can put like, I don't know, some defensive stuff. Might. Might is not bad. There's also Hectic. Hectic is not bad to get started. Maybe an armor temper. Barrier temper. Ruby. Ruby. Something like that. Quickness is 92. Logic. We don't do this anymore. This is a will breaker. We don't do this. Actually, do we do this? I think we do it because we need a crit. And the speed is nice. There's 2 GAs, yeah. This is power, power. Power denial. Okay, so we do Rigid Heart. Yeah, we can't max out a crit here, but we're getting kind of close. Yes, alive. Alive. This looks fine. And Raph cooldown is way lower than I have currently. So this should be fine.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
Okay. I need a grandfather. Badly. And then we are gonna be blasting. We're gonna go with the attack speed though. I got a pit whisper. I'm not sure what I can farm actually. What are my glyphs anyway? Really low. Let's just boot up a 60. See what happens. Since when did the Taylor enchant stop proccing enlightenment? It must be this season then. Because it did work last season. I guess they wanted to actively cast something. Which just makes sense. But yeah, that is not really in favor of making enlightenment feel less clunky. I feel like they need to redesign that thing a little bit anyway. So attack speed important for Fist of Fate. Got a 3GA perfect unique, but no one AS. I mean, most builds that care about lucky hits usually also care about attack speed. So that would be nice to have, but obviously a 3GA Fist of Fate with those stats and a perfect affix is already insane. Like, I currently use a 750 Fist of Fate on my rogue, because I haven't even gotten one with 1 G8 that is like half decent, so... Yo, Dodo. Thank you. People are using Macro for teleport. Could be, but I don't think it's a good idea. Morning, Filmic. Let's get a few glyph level ups over here, actually. My shots are nowhere near as strong. Yeah, they fixed the enlightenment bugs. But then, they introduced new enlightenment bugs. And the new enlightenment bugs are even better than the last enlightenment bugs. So, rejoice. At least until they fix it, most likely in 4 hours and 50 minutes. This is Lunging Strike, Barb right now. Give us that. If you use Marshall, you would need a Rage Chest. I mean, you're never gonna get your Wrath to 10 seconds, do you? I mean, if you do Marshall, then you would also have to drop the Aspect from the ring, I guess. You can do Bold Chieftain, but that doesn't really work well on the boss. You don't really have cooldown. Maybe with a Shaco. But you don't really want to go with Shaco, do you? I feel like Perdition is good. Even if you don't benefit from the core ranks, you can just get all the crit there. You get a 60 multi, and you get movement speed. I think Perdition is the way. And Rage. And also, like, you also, you know, you're faster with Rage, right? You have, like, leaps and stuff. You pull stuff all the time with the Wrath. So that's nice. What's up, Dodo? Okay, Violet also, is it normal to miss a lot of res on Banazan Rake, or what are you doing wrong? Yeah, that's normal, because a lot of your res comes from Paragons. So you might just be in a high torment without having any gaunts. So you can try to boost your Paragons a bit. For example, farm 54s. Or just use a normal helm, not loyalty. Put res there. You definitely should have res on boots and ring, for example. Or both rings even. Yeah, it's just like the problem as well, like this season we can't really, you know, fix our resistances anyway, right? It's just like some rolls on your gear. You can't use gems to get this or that res. You know, usually on a Spiritborn you can, you know, just worst case put 3 points in anti-venom. And then put like, you know, Ruby, Topaz, Amethyst, and then you have like, you know, 1 roll here for the other res. But you can't do that since you have the gems. Or, you know, normally you would put like 3 diamonds maybe in your jewelry, and they have a lot more res than the heraldic jewels. But you can't do that. So you kind of just like get catapulted into Torment 4 because of the insane damage you have. And you have no gaunts, no res. What is the final verdict on Poison Pulf? The verdict is login. Yo, Rax, raiding. Hello. That's quite a time to raid at like 6 in the morning or something. Alright. Welcome, guys. How's it going? We are blasting on Barb currently. It's fun. Nap time, yo. Thank you, Rax. Appreciate this up as well. Welcome in. You're playing D4 Season 9 right now, started a few days ago. playing hardcore. Let's call it almost SSF. Yeah, did you listen to me, Dodo, by the way? What I just explained to the vials? I mean, the Balazan builds in general are just on the squishy side, you know? You're playing the squishiest class, and you have like 0 defense in that build on top of it. So they're just kind of like the squishiest shit you can play right now. So it's kind of tough. And on top of that, you know, if you don't even cap your armor or rest, then yeah, you're gonna struggle. So make sure you work on that. As I said, use a normal helm, get armor and rest there, for example. That's what I did at the start. Can the polarized Druid max Sorc carry me to pit 100? Easily. I did 107 yesterday on hardcore with polarized. And I can even go 108, 109 if I would push a bit more. I didn't exactly play the max Sorc version, but it's, if anything, my setup is weaker. So I did record a new guide for polarized though, to talk about everything. It should be up later today. I did not die with Druid. In fact, I don't believe that's possible. So I'm running Darkshot and Bulwark Rune on Balazan. Yeah, the Bulwark definitely goes in there. Can we do a shout out? Okay, 1 for X. GA, cooldown, Shaco, and a Terror would fix both Wrath cooldown and resist. Yeah, and then you have negative damage, nice. I mean, the 4 ranks help a little bit on the Shaco, but it doesn't do much more than that. But if you want to be like giga tanky and you don't care about the damage, then I guess you can do that. But I wouldn't say that, you know, Lunge is fine, but I wouldn't say it has the luxury to just like run a setup like that. Which legendary tribute stock mythics? It's not the legendary tribute, it's a unique tribute. You get it from world bosses mostly and from whispers sometimes. Can't believe they haven't overhauled the Sorc enchantments. Yeah, that definitely needs a pass at some point. I don't understand what you mean, James. Does the chill percent on Azeroth unique aspect matter at all? No. The aspect doesn't matter at all on Azeroth. For Penshot it doesn't even proc. So only for many builds it works in the first place. And you only care really about the proc, like the damage proc. That's like the number 1 by far. And then, you know, maybe the attack speed or something. Fireball enchant is peak for loading. True. Yeah, I feel like in general they should make like enchants a bit more like generic and like useful. Or even add like a third one where you can have a different effect. Like a kind of like passive enchant slot. That maybe is like more of like a stat boost or something like that. Like for example, I don't know, you slot in Chain Lightning and that gives you plus 10% crit chance. Or you slot in I don't know, fireball and then gives you a 10% attack speed, or I don't know, you know, as like a third slot that could be interesting. So you can like, you know, fix some holes in your build or whatever. And then just like give the procs and maybe some more useful effects, because like a lot of these enchants are just like, okay, you play that build, you use that enchant and teleport, and that's the end of it, right? Everything just runs teleport enchant, and then you have like one thing which is usually just the thing for the build, or ice blades, and that's it. Like ice blades is like a good enchant, you know, it's like generically useful, it does something cool. And we need like a lot more stuff like that, I think. Use Tyrant Bane on Spiritborn. Only if we do like hit 110 push or so.
See some steel you need.
Yo, nice.
Use it well.
Earthquake aspects. It's a plus 16% there. Okay, I'll take that. The previous chat I asked if we can do 100 with maximal Druid. I said I did 107. Yeah, okay, but you also have to see that my character is far from perfect. And it's hardcore. And I played as Zev. Like, if someone follows the maximal guide, they're gonna have a really easy time doing 100. If they get, like, you know, only half the gear that I have. And even if you play Pepega, you're gonna do it. Because, you know, Pulverize is a pretty face roll build if you want. You don't even need mythics to do 100 on Pulverize. Like, all the mythics are pretty minor on that build. And it's like giga tanky, so you can't really die. This seems more powerful than Jaguar? Yeah, no. Hell no. But I guess it does farm faster. Like on my rake, I can I can probably farm like 2 minutes 90s or something, or even higher. Poison Pulp is gonna be even stronger when I patch the puddles. Yep. Is there power scaling on Rake? There is insane scaling on Rake. Yes. You feel so squishy and die in T4 pit runs. Yeah, if your armor and res is not capped. Like cap armor res, get like 10k plus life without consumables, and then it starts feeling pretty comfy, I guess. But yeah, at 190 Paragon, you probably don't have access to all of the nodes and stuff. You can use a normal helm for the start, get armor and res. That's what I did until later. How's Pulverize doing bosses? Well, when your puddles don't bug out, that's pretty solid. I mean, in T4 bosses you have no problem at all. I kill like Belial in 3 seconds. And you can't die, really. I think the only thing that could maybe kill you is like the Belial Beam and Harbinger Jump, potentially, or so. But you can even survive the Harbinger Jump if you try. Should we go on softcore with the Maxwell guide or my guide? Oh, Maxwell, which one is the better one? For what? I mean, we don't really have hardcore or softcore guides, and I also don't make a hardcore or softcore guide. I mean, I generally just, you know, build my builds tanky, I guess, to a reasonable amount. But yeah, it always comes down to the author, I guess. You know, Northvar, for example, on Dark Side, they like to make, like, you know, squishier setups, and I like to make tankier setups. The Druid Polarize. Yeah, I mean, that's not a huge difference anyway between mine and the Maxwell guide. The Maxwell guide has a companions and I don't. That's really the main difference. Cause skill damage still lose the damage of Poison Imbu. Actually, I'm not 100% sure. I don't think it does. I know they fixed the bug where it was multiplicative at the very least, and there's no reason to run core skill on anything because you have damage production or temper, so you just do that anyway. So I'm not 100% sure if core skill actually does anything at all now. It might just be like normal additive scaling, but it's not a question that needs to be answered. You just go the Dark route. Diablo needs a Master Recombinator. Yeah, dude, Recombinator in this game would be fucking badass. Not just for masterworking, but also in general, right? For like all the thousands of copies of like half-decent items that we get. Like recombinating would be fucking cool, I think. That would be a really nice like endgame chase to have such a feature. Is Druid that tanky? It's assuming you have Perma Bulwark. I didn't even have Bulwark in my build. Like all the bear Druid builds are insanely. They're like the tankiest basically. They even surpass Barbs. Like you can't die on the bear. Running the times 60 on the Iranas. Okay, if you run the Iranas, I'm not 100% sure. You should maybe ask Ava. He will certainly know this. But I can't say I've ever used the Iranas Instinct or tried to stack core skill damage. But I guess it works, just like additive damage. But then after you cap out the Iranas, you just go Dark Shroud anyway. So at the very least, I guess you wanna cap it out. Attack speed, strength. That's my movement. How much attack speed am I missing? I have 74. Yeah, I'm actually missing some res. I need the grandfather at some point. And then I will have the res. I think I might make like another amulet at some point for the Barb as well. Instead of the movement and the lunging strike range, we can put other stuff.
I forge more than horseshoes and
Perfect hectic, huh?
use it well.
Also, next best souls other than bosses, so Forgotten Souls. Oof. I guess material reserve 9 dimensions. Each chest is like, I think 7 or 8. So I can probably get like 100 plus per run or so. Isn't the runners capped, Filmic? Pretty sure it has a cap. You have 18 seconds of inner sight. Holy shit. I mean, you probably want like at least one Dark Shroud Temper somewhere, because, you know, just to get like a bunch of additives somewhere. Yeah, we go 61. My god, someone's a barter. 99 Judicators masks, 9 husks, and 20 hearts for Aeon runes. Oh my god. Yeah, so it's capped at 60x bonus. Yeah, if it's capped at 60x bonus, you're not gonna get more than 60x. The point of the cap. You don't get the Druid to be tanky enough for higher pits. Which build are you doing? Make sure you have armor cap, res cap. There's a few defensive passives you can go for. For example, the bear passive at the top. I'm not sure what it's called actually. Next to pulverize. And then there's defensive posture, which is near the bottom at the ultimate cluster. Make sure you have like, 15 plus K in life or so. There's also the Oradic Crest Jewel that can give you extra max res and damage reduction. I was actually running that at some point. Okay, I'm gonna check this now. Am I getting bamboozled here or what? This is up to 60%. We ever listened to A State of Trance? Yeah. Like 18 years ago or something. I did that actually. I have not done Stormancer yet, but I will at some point. What makes lunging the best basic skill? Well, that's pretty high damage, it moves you, and also triggers Moni, which is generally nice. Plus it has an automatic bleed application, so you get like the DR here and from the Paragons, which is nice. How do I feel about Elon saying he's #1 hardcore player? Well, he's just that good. What can I do? Get better. Okay. Working on it. Yes, I did 107. Ah shit, this guy already bought. He's trying to buy a rare rune. 3 of them actually. Yeah, I added the best boss teleport last season actually. So if we didn't play, then maybe I missed that, Sixter. Hi, looking trophy. Yeah, Barb's really cool so far. And Leap is just the most fun skill, man. Phew. And then you just jump around and lunge. It's a nice combo. Feels good. Yeah, this is a Rage of Hargot. Need it for the cooldown reduction. Do people ever use Chains on Barb anymore? I guess you could in some setups. But I'm not sure if it's like really needed here, for example, since you just like easily spread the Pain Gorger proc from like a full rune or something. But for pushing in particular, maybe leave out a challenging shout if you're tanky enough. Or the Rallying Cry even. You don't really need Rallying, to be honest. I mean, Seagrass is really powerful for pushing. And you can really quickly make really large pulls. So it's definitely an advantage. I might try it when I go push Barb at some point. See how that feels. Especially with the cooldown reduction that you get from Hargot. Might be pretty nice. Okay. You can do 100 and 100. Yeah, I think a few orc builds are above 100 now. Like Penshot TB, Death Trap, I think they should all be above 100 at this point. So you guys has a reason you love the double swing Barb build. Yeah. But these days, you know, we're too fast for Steelgrass, so it's mostly like a pushing thing. Like, you wouldn't really use Stilgas much in, like, farming, because just, like, trying to one-shot everything. Like, the meta is just, like, very fast. Don't have to be at least 10 level up for 100%. Yes, but we are going for 70%. 64. Flurry is like alright. I think there's a 93 clear from Picabao. It's very nice and fast built. Smooth to play and progress. But it's like a bit weaker on the high end, I think. We actually open a 75 after this and try to do the 100% ups and see how easy that will be. I guess 75 should still be pretty chill. Maybe do like a few tiers of 100% upgrades and go back to 70% upgrades. If I can do this in like 2.5 or 3 minutes, it's probably fine. Oh man, I need that hindered actually. Like I pull everything on top of me and just get stuck in the middle. Yeah, that's gonna be tough though with 3 minutes. It's actually be nice with the Wrath and the Freeze on the Catalyst. They all fly in and boom, frozen. Legit. F. Actually, I realized I need to put Challenging Shout and Warcry together on 1 and 2, and not the Rallying. The Rallying Cry doesn't really do much, and it's actually nice to have a backup. But I don't need the movement speed at all. So I think we should do this. And just use those together. Warcry, Challenging, so I actually have that here, and Rallying is on left click, okay. Master this thing to 12. We have nothing in belligerence. So I hit 1. Holy. Of course we hit the fucking crit damage. Maybe I'm not gonna reset if it hits strength or life. Only if it hits the additive. Yep. Okay, get double life. That doesn't hurt, I guess. Now that he disable the berserking animation, then when it turns into a Viking, I installed the next Diablo game in the franchise, called Diablo 4. Yeah, it's really nice, Tenchi. I mean, there's a bunch of uniques that you want. Gorgeous is important. Mage of Haragot. Yeah, everything else is mildly optional, actually. So you want to also get the hooves then, and you want to get the shard, Ramanatni. But yeah, you don't need any of those. Gorgeous though is the big one, and the rage for the cooldown. But they have like a lot of really big aspects of big ranges. The Earthquake aspect, for example, goes from 40 to 120. Adaptability is rare, goes from 60, 0.6 to 0.9. Moonrise as well has a pretty large range and so on, so there's like lots of scaling later.
You look like you've seen power. You take care now.
Playing Barb for a week, and I'm like a day and I'm already doing better. Yeah, I mean, at this point I have, you know, a lot of stuff saved up. I have mythics lying around, I have lots of paragons. So, you know, any build I make is gonna be in Torment 4 in like a few hours, basically, at this stage. That's just how it is. There was a way to make shouts to a hit, fingers would farm so hard. Yeah, it's fine. Like, the wolves are consistent enough, I'd say. Sometimes you also jump in with the leap, sometimes you press Wrath. Wrath also applies it. So it's fine. I guess at some point they're gonna make a shout barb, like a D2 style. Radial damage of a shout or some shit. When they run out of better ideas. I don't know the scaling score with them. Maybe we got it somewhere, but I haven't seen it. Yeah, Grandpa goes in this build later. We drop Bayman Brawler. And then normal slot Moonrise. What's my gut feeling? My gut feeling is new Pit 100 is like old Pit 90, maybe? Or something like that. So significantly easier, for sure. Like 5 times easier. Yo, Hawk, thanks for trying, man. Is there a rogue that doesn't use Azure Wrath? Poison TB, Death Trap, Heartseeker, Shadow Step, Lunging, Immigrating Strike, Man of Arrows. Perfectly conceded aspect. How much do you need for perma Wrath of Berserker? Well, that depends on how much attack speed you have and how good your rage is. But I try to get my Wrath to like 20 or so seconds. Right now it's at 27, it's okay.
My forge hot. Return soon.
Didn't I have some other aspects I was trying to sell at some point? It's 100% conceded. That is nice. My million hearts is from Whispers. How's the loot? It has definitely improved. I think most noticeably a lot more legendary runes. But you do get more GAs. Like Belial is like, you know, half the items have GAs and many of them even 2 GAs and stuff. So Belial is insane. On the other bosses it does show a little bit that there's more GAs now as well. When you found them on T4 or T3. And in general I feel like I'm getting decked out relatively fast with my characters. Condas, hey man. Is this on? What do you mean? Sweats, you can play the season without Fist of Hatred, but it's gonna be a bit scuffed. You're gonna be weaker, and you can't do certain things. Okay, Blood Maiden time, let's see how this will go. See if I make. What's the deal to access a bounty cache? Are they that rare? Yeah, I got one so far from, I don't know. I expect 50 plus turn-ins. They're pretty rare. You have to grind a bit. If you have multiple characters, you can try to like farm all of the 5 Whisper objectives. You know, like Blood Maidens, every Helltide. You know, like some dungeons, if they're nightmare dungeons, or the Kuros on the city, the pits. Like when these things pop up, just do them. Oh, she's melting. Okay. 20 blood. Have I ever found a bug on a build that everyone just started using after? Yes. But I mean, that happens like all the time, no? We find bugs and then, you know, they're OP. I mean, most of the top builds in this game's history have been either based or benefiting from bugs. So yeah, that's just how it works. Shit. Spawn a hellborn here. I guess you go to the left and open the mystery chest. The Grandfather Goblin. Is that what it's called? What? I have not found the mythic goblin yet. Yo, thanks, Simi, for the 26 months. Does Rake have a bug or simply OP? Kind of both. But yeah, there's the Jaguar Hall double dipping bug that the build uses. But where's my Hellborn? What the fuck? Did I kill it? I didn't see the Hellborn. Most Borderman builds have the Jaguar double dip bug. That's not true. It's not in all of the builds. Like for some builds you only have it in the push variants. Like for example on the Quill build, I don't think we're actually running the Jaguar Hall until you do like pit pushing. Stinger doesn't do it at all. Evade doesn't do it at all. So there's like a bunch of builds that don't actually have the Jaguar stuff going on. Is Astaroth worth farming? Yeah, Astaroth is pretty juicy. All the ST4 builds, yeah, they all use the Jaguar Hall stuff. I mean, if they fix it, which is unlikely during this season, then it's basically just Rake that will survive. But since all the builds are almost the same setup anyway, you know, you can easily swap to Rake if you're playing one of the other variants. But Rake is gonna be the only one that kind of makes sense then. It changed it, so you have to be rank 15 season board to use the scrolls. I mean, rank 15 season board is, you know, on a fresh character right now, if I just like go straight to Torment 4 and start doing my glyphs, I have like the entire board completed before my glyphs hit like level 46 or something. And if you do it in front of horse, you get it in like a few runs. And the scrolls do nothing anyway, the scrolls are absolutely terrible. So don't worry about those. But it's very easy to farm the sparks right now on alts if you just go like the season rep stuff and do hordes or something. We found out he rage quit when he found out Belial chest was not fixed. Wait, what Belial chest needs fixing? Who says I paid for the skin, Nikon?
Use it well.
How's this looking? 67. Okay, we're gonna level the glyphs a bit more. I think I could probably do a T4 escalation sigils as well. Should probably try to see how a Vashan kill goes. Not using Gaur's skin. Yeah, I wanted to use this one right now. Gaur's is gonna be when I play Hoda or so. Dude, next season, Copium, they're gonna make core skills great again. And I'm gonna play Gaur skin Hoda for sure. I think Dark Shard Rune is best option to keep Balazan alive. Yeah, I put that into the... I'm sure if I did put that. I think no. But I think I mentioned it in the Crushing Hands guide at least. But for the others, I mean, you can't really give up Quacks or the Bulwark Rune. It's only for Crushing Hand where you can do that, because you don't need the Bulwark. But yeah, on Crushing Hand, Balazan, you replace the Bulwark with Dark Shrouds and you're chilling. It's gonna be pretty comfy. Next season, Shadow Clone, great. Dude. Don't mention fucking Shadow Clone. We're happy that they finally nerfed it again. To make core skills good, you make a Boulder Druid. I should have played Boulder last season, man, that was very good. I think it's still pretty decent now. But it's probably overshadowed by Wolf and stuff.
Use it well.
Shame that. Go one more? All finished, are you?
See some steel you need? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Hello.
Greetings.
Isn't Diablo so hard on T4? Yeah, Dire is tough. Especially if you can't survive the rotating beam. Yeah, I can do some more. I'm playing Sorc. Am I okay or am I cooked? Sorc is a very good build right now. Waiting for the day charge bolt takes its rightful place as the PoE spark equivalent with returning proj. Oh man, that sounds fun actually. With charge bolts returning proj, that'll be cool. Oh, that was you, Dundee? Well, good luck. Have I ever been farming PvP area and someone just one-tapped me? No, but I have killed a few people. Occasionally there's someone running around there. What's the difference between double and triple critting Azurath lucky hit? Oof. Definitely noticeable. It's like all your damage basically, besides the poison proc from the other weapon. So it's almost a direct damage multiplier. Probably like 10% or something. Azam Ray good for bossing? Well, you have to know that it's like very like RNG with your damage. So at some point you will just like one-tap them. But we just need to understand how the damage even works, which is the Jaguar Hall procs that come from the rest of the damage output. So you need to get 15 hits, Crux needs a proc, Mystic Circle needs to be active, and then the Jaguar Hall basically won't have the boss. So that's kind of how it works. And for this you need to have like the right setup where, you know, everything just synergizes well. One thing I wanted to experiment with for bossing is to potentially remove Ahu Rune and trigger Quacks with something like Neo Rune maybe. So You won't get it consistently late in a fight, but you don't really get to that point anyway. Because you just want to trigger Quacks and one-shot the boss, I guess. So that might be an idea. But I have not done that yet. What's the skill rotation for Balsam Rake? I try to press Armored Hide once every 10 seconds to fill your Resolve and get the Resilient proc. You keep up Ravager at all times, if you can. And then you press Hunter every few seconds to keep up Resolution and the Supremacy passives. And your Ferocity stacks. And then depending on what you are doing, you want to press a specific skill before Hunter. So usually that's Vortex for farming or for clearing the pit. So you do Vortex Hunter to reset Vortex with Efficacy. Or you do Armored Hide Hunter on the boss fight because you don't need Vortex there. So you can just go perma Armored Hide for a bit of defense. And you never press Toxic Skin unless you're pit pushing with the Tyrant Bane gem. Then you can do that on the boss. What about Tam? Yeah, Tam is also an alternative instead of Neo. It also doesn't have the requirement for the barrier, I guess. I did not see the Sorc kind of 50 pit push. And I have no interest in it either. What attack speed do you need for Rake to work comfortably? You definitely want to cap out your attack speed as close as you can. I think the setup I have actually caps cap 1 once they have Starless and so on. And then you get pretty close on cap 2. Because of the Ferocity. You will have 13 stacks of Ferocity, that's 65% in cap 2. You can do the Ascendance Tribute in T3, which I think it doesn't matter. But you should do it with 3 other people. Hey Noobs, by the way, how's it going? Imagine if you died in PP zone, you drop all your good items and lose it. That'll be funny. I mean, that's how it works in Diablo 2. But I guess this would be pretty exploitable in Diablo 4, you know? Oh. Hurry. This is not looking good. Alright. Wait, duelist, huh? Ah, shit. Do I want that? Maybe, yeah. It's gonna be like 9% attack speed. Actually, wait a minute. Duelist ranks is actually worse than an attack speed roll, I just realized. Unless you Giga Masterwork it up, I guess. If you get 6 ranks in Duelist, that's 18%. It's probably still comparable to an attack speed roll, right? Just it only works for dual wield. That's 22%. Kick. Ah, man. Why is this passive so shit? Or rather, why is attack speed so overpowered in this game? I guess that's more like it. The passive actually has the right value. I guess the attack speed on gear is too OP. Passive is undertuned. Yeah, not really. The typical damage passive is supposed to give you 3 to 4% damage. And attack speed has other perks besides damage, which is, you know, more procs, more lucky hits, you know, more invigorating fury procs and whatever, right? So attack speed not giving you the same DPS, or an attack speed passive not giving you the same DPS as a damage passive makes sense. Also just the fact that if you one-shot everything, you one-shot everything faster when you have more attack speed, right? So attack speed needs to be undertuned, basically, in raw DPS. So this passive makes sense. I guess the bigger problem is that we just get way too much attack speed from the rest of our gear, to the point where, you know, an attack speed roll is just better than duelist. And that's, I guess, should not be the case. I think attack speed is just too high. And I mean, like, you know, almost every build just goes for a giga attack speed, right? There's like not really many builds that don't try to stack all the attack speed they can. There's only usually builds that cannot benefit from attack speed, like Cataclysm Druid or something. How many unique does it take to make a Barb good? I mean, 2 core uniques for this build is Paingorger and I guess Rage of Harguard. So those 2 to get started. But yeah, there's Hooves, there's Shard, there's Ramanani. Normally Ugly Bastard Helm, but Ugly Bastard Helm is bugged right now. Thank you. I mean, Stardust is nice, but it's like not really the biggest deal. Grandfather's gonna be here later, but it's also not the biggest deal. Yeah. Partition is kind of a big deal because Ugly Bastard is bugged. I mean, I was playing with the Ugly Bastard Helm earlier, where I got like basically no benefit, and I was still blasting everything in turn 4, so. And I have a non-ancestral Ramanani. I have a shitty non-ancestral Hooves. I have a non-ancestral Rage. I have a shitty Shard. Thank you. Wait, am I gonna farm Beast on this Barb? I need a Fist of Fate at some point for my Rogue as well. I guess Hooves are there, right? That makes sense. RP wise. Yeah, it's really fun, have those. Barb hasn't had a blast so far. Just like slowly getting up still. Leveling my glyphs. I have a lot of items I need to grind. Some bosses to do here. Need to see how like a default boss will go, like a Bashan or something. +4 double swing, huh? Oh. Shit, I just realized I actually rolled my... I mastered my pull to 12. Could I do this? Don't even have to roll anything. 98 crit. And remember, this used to be a 2GA, but it was willpower, and I rolled the willpower to strength. Oh shit. Yeah, that's kind of a waste, I guess. Do I want to do it? I think these polearms are hard to sell. It's not that many barbs right now. I need to make some barb videos. Then I can sell my stuff. Why is Druid still out of S tier? Why should it be? I think it's gonna temper it and see. Okay, 155. That's slightly less on the turf, but that's fine. Let's see if we get a lucky masterwork. Good start. Not good start. That's a lot of strength. 227, 257. So it's like roughly 10% from that, but I lose 2 on belligerence. 56. 48. So it was like a 5% upgrade or something, maybe? Terrible, actually. Kind of costly, though. You can reset Masterworks, eh? There's a button.
My hammer sings on your return.
Let's see if someone wants to buy my shit. Well, I check out what we got here. A lot of stuff, actually. Actually, maybe while I'm eating, I could like set up my Earth Spike or something, so I can start working on getting rid of Druid stuff in my stash. But I also have to cook this Stormclaw. You heard that so many times on streams. I didn't know you can reset masterwork and just accepted whatever free crits you got. I mean, to be honest, maybe a simple life is a happier life. You know what I mean? Maybe you don't really want to know you can reset masterworking, you know?
It is done.
Better than starting from nothing.
Gold is making me crazy. Yeah. I mean, if you play only like 1 or 2 builds, it's okay. But if I want to make more builds, like I want to play like 10 builds or something, like if I want to masterwork my shit, like, no way. How many sparks do we have? 2. Is it time to YOLO?
There's the hammer sings on your return.
Nice. $150k Amethyst. I want to see how much I get from Amethyst Reserve run. Gonna be interesting. The strongest are pretty good up the side. The fastest is refinement tributes in Undercity, if you only care about outer side. But strongest are good in general. Best mythic for pen shot. Probably Shroud. But Prediction is also really good. But in these helms you have other good options. Had a button. Go Wolves. Yeah, card is pretty decent. Two 3k. Ah, yeah, 2.5k Amethyst starting with some one chest. It's pretty nice. 3k from this one. It's funny, there's big and small chests, but they give the same stuff. I got 15k fragments. Any more chests? Because like for 9 minutes these days, you just kind of get the stuff, and then dip. Like you don't even want to finish this really. But we just got an ancestral 15% cooldown Lucian. What the fuck? What do you want, Manon? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm scratching my leg. Hmm? Let me see the pull thing. Yeah, I changed the gems a little bit here. So you have the R thing. Yeah, idle and the damage, and here's crit. So let's do another power, I guess, instead of the stun. I can do the move speed. How about that? I'm not thinking I have more move speed anyway from the air. The dog meat tax. Yeah, he's gonna get a piece later. Best way to get farm Forgotten Souls is bosses. They pop out like 10 souls or so a kill. Or 7. Yes, Farai. Kicksarf. I wonder if he's squishier than the outdoor Kicksarf. He just died in 3 hits. I should definitely try Vashan. Just wanna see like if I can do T4 lab bosses already. If I can, with this kind of character, then we're gonna be destroying them later. Pretty fast. 1 minute. Oh, can't TPA. I was wondering what's happened.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need?
Let's see, Sean. I am pretty tanky. Should be fine. Cope. I'm not sure if I can actually reset my cooldown. I want to check this. One single target. If I keep attacking, can I get it back in time? What's the best boss to choose at Belial? That depends on what you're looking for. Color this is on Wrath because, yeah, you need to cast an ultimate for this. And also there's the other one, the cooldown one that I just replaced, which is also for Wrath. Okay, it's pretty tight, but the cooldown actually comes back. What if I do this? It comes back a bit more reliably. Why is our Wrath cooldown so shit, man? Does the game feel different from last season? Yeah, it does. They made like progressing easier and faster, basically. Like a lot of builds can now go to Team 4 much earlier. On the other hand, they added like the new 9-dimensional system, where there's like a bit of a higher challenge in Team 4. Okay, let's see this. What? There's a fucking strong room in here. In the Vashan area. What the fuck? Sneaky Horador, man. That's hilarious. I'm gonna do it. Exile's up, crossbone. Wonder if you keep the buff for the Vashan kill. Yeah, all monsters plus 50% health is what I just clicked. Let's go. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised. What am I doing, man? He can't get steak, so now he stole my shoe. I have way too many bones right now. Oh, I was muted. He dies very fast, I said. It's good to know. Bro, we had a buff icon from the... Again, increased erratic favor for monster kills. Now I could actually just like farm this. Wait, is there any of those buffs that actually matters? There's like more gold, more XP, and more favor. What else? Like, technically you can just infinitely stay here and farm, right? I'm not sure if any of this matters. Optosite. Dude, should I try to see if I get the Optosite buff? I'm actually curious now. I'm gonna do a few resets and see if I can get another... but do you want to farm Vashan on this? I think this is more of a Druid or Spiritborn angle, right? Barb has nothing here. Just out of curiosity though.
That looks worn. I can fix it.
Sec 24, so you do 2 kills. Let's reset. Just do a jewels chest. The jewels chest. What? And what's that? Eagle horn. That's a nice eagle horn. That was pretty good after all. I'm not sure what it was. That it spawned like a Heraldic Strongman in here. Maybe... How about this? What if I open an dimension and then go in here? This world has a chance to spawn Heraldic Strongroom. It didn't show before. So maybe this is why, because I had a night dimension open. Maybe it's in the boss room. Nah, this didn't show before. If I reset now, is my night dimension close? Was Seaside Descent? Yeah, this one is gone, right? Which one is Seaside? Is somewhere up here? Shit, I even had a whisper there. I just closed it. Look, now it's gone. So this only shows up, this is probably why, because I've never seen a strong room in a boss lair. But I still had the night dungeon open because I didn't finish the night dungeon. And then I went here. And so it was still open, and suddenly it gave the chance to spawn, but it's not guaranteed. So it doesn't spawn naturally, you have to have a night dungeon open. You're fasting like 10 strong rooms out of it. Yeah, but how do you do that? Because you have to reset. And then the dungeon closes. Yeah, boom, it's gone. So the only thing you can do is like teleport. Okay, you can like open one night dungeon and then teleport around to all of the different layers, I guess. Okay, now there's nothing. The layers auto reset after a couple minutes. Yeah, okay, but you don't wanna wait, right? So you only do this. And now you can go to all of the layers. Let's see. You run a layer rotation. Yeah, but the thing is that, I mean, you get way too much sigil powder and way too many strong rooms anyway. This doesn't really seem like a good strat. But I guess these are very short dungeons. But I think it's probably better to just like run the guaranteed strong room nightmare dungeons. Because the chance for like a random spawn is probably like a 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 or so. Like here's nothing, for example. So it's just like a waste of time. Can you spawn them in cellars? We can try cellar too. Hi, Monkas. Can run a strong room infinitely when you get a certain quest on seasonal. Yeah, so here's one now. This is in Duriel. So let's see. Yeah, the question is like, can we get the Opticide buff and then farm the boss and get Opticide every time? But the question is, how much is it gonna be? Let's find out. I guess you also lose the 9 dimension XP multiplier. But 9 dimension XP is generally kind of bad anyway. You can try the cellar stuff as well, but the problem is also with cellars that you have to find like a few cellars that are kind of like very close to waypoints and teleport around, because you can't do reset dungeon. If you do reset dungeon, your 9 dungeon closes and that's it. But here you can like teleport from boss layer to boss layer. But yeah, it doesn't really seem like crazy. The crazy thing would be if I can get a permanent buff and like stay in this boss layer for like 5 hours and just kill Duriel 200 times and get Autoside while doing that. So this would be nice. But I'm not even sure how much Autoside these guys are gonna drop, so we'll see. I've never paid attention to that. Maybe it doesn't even work at all, because Autoside normally only drops in Enemy Dungeon monsters. Okay, Merlin, I didn't forget you. You're gonna get your piece. Monster kills in this dungeon can drop periodic files. I mean, good enough for science. Let's see. I didn't move reset dungeon anyway. They did not. You can just do it. Yeah. These guys are pretty tanky. Because you can't CC them and you can also not proc the will breaker on them. What are they doing? Should we just like keep attacking him? Kinda shitty because my Wrath runs out all the time and stuff. Should run with the cooldown, I think. Let's see. Does it operatic files? No. Okay. So kinda pointless, I guess. Alright, Manin. Yeah. Gonna be a B. Okay, we're back. What do the wolves do? They're for the pain goddess, mostly. And Vuln as well. We don't have to roll effect of Vuln. Okay, so science completed. I mean, okay, it may work with Opticide. And for whatever reason, does not work with files. But I don't think I'm gonna bother now. It's also relatively whatever, I think. World boss in 30. Infernal Hordes, so can we do that? Any links you can use on Spiritborn increase vulnerable damage. Not sure what they're trying to do exactly. There are answer about leveling. What is that? TS. Paragon 230 to 300. Highest pretty can do in 1-2 minutes. Yes. That's how you farm Paragons. Make like an evade Spiritborn or something. Start blasting. If you wanna get all the way to 300. I'm definitely gonna load up evade. I should probably set it up today and just see how it goes. Been on the Barb now for a while. We have lots of stuff to work on anyway, but wouldn't hurt to have a few more gaunts. When do we get fast travel to world boss? Ah, come on. That's a bit too much. No pain gosh experiments with Kapaleka. Yeah, I mean I log on the Spiritborn, I'll check that out as well. Let's do it after this actually. I'm kinda curious. Now I wonder which aspect would I replace on something like a Kapaleka build. We have Adaptability, Moonrise, Starless, and then it's some Redirected Force, I guess. No, there's also Unyielding. Wait a minute. I guess we don't run Moonrise, right? I think of Unyielding, Redirected. So we'll probably be replacing Redirected. Redirected Force is already pretty big. Redirected Force is at times 2.4. And Pain Gorgeous is... It may not even be an upgrade, honestly. Or if so, very minor. And has a chance to stun, which is not terrible. If you don't have Redirected Force, you don't need to let them hit you, so you can't stun them. You don't need crit. You have attack speed. Lots of basic ranks. And it's times 2.25 extra damage hit. So it does an extra damage and 2.25 times the damage if everything works. The question is, does everything work? If you assume yes, Fang Ghost is actually at times 3.25 total. So that's better than Redirected Force. That would be like a 3-4 tier buff or something if everything works. That would be kind of big. Plus maybe some other little perks on the extra ranks and stun. But we lose, I guess, barrier gen, which is okay. There's a Touch of Death, looks like it's working. Well, it could be that you apply the Pain Gorges, but you don't actually, you know, get the damage procs. With Touch of Death, that should be relatively difficult to see. With Touch of Death, you have the other problem that you have the swarms, and you have like a lot of the damage from the dot. So there's a lot of like question marks. Like, I don't think that the dot is, for example, applied through Pain Gorges. I think it's just a direct damage hit. You know, Rake, procs, and detonates Pain Gorges. Yeah, if that works, then I think nothing has changed about our functionality, and then we can probably put that into the Cappadocia builds, actually. So this might actually be an upgrade to those. Nice, we're down to 2 aspects on Cappadocia builds. Getting there. Ah shit, yeah, we have the other problem, which is the resource generation. If you use starters... Yeah, you can't use starters then. If you can't use starters, we can't do this. But this might be like a kind of a smoother transition between Midnight Sun and starters setups. Like, starters is pretty insane, especially for Quill. Somehow I don't believe you, Mojito. What happened to a Paladin class? Why Diablo remove it? Just wait. After the season launches, like a month after, who are the players still playing the game? Casuals or blasters? I think a bit of both. But I guess blasters are more likely to play more games than just Diablo 4 and then move on to PoE next launch, or to Diablo last Epoch next launch, or just some other games they're playing. Where maybe, you know, on the casual end, there might be people that only play Diablo 4, but they do it like, you know, 4 hours per week. And, you know, even a month in, they still have a lot of stuff to do and keep progressing or something. I've seen 20 billion hits on evade, by the way. The build is pretty good. Better than Death Trap. For Paragon farming, for sure. Although, I mean, Death Trap is also one of the best. But yeah, almost nothing beats evade. Basically just a really decked out Sorc can beat evade when it comes to farming. And then, I don't know, which builds even? Chain Lightning, I guess? Is it versus running Quarterstaff as a 200 on Banazan? Just notice the difference. It's on focal point passive. The focal point passive is kind of whatever. The reason I run a Quarterstaff is because it's faster. It also has a good implicit, which is a lot of block. So when now at height is not up, which is not necessarily always up. It actually gives you some defense. Fancy even better for hardcore because of damage reduction. Nah, you're a Barb, you don't care. If you want to get some damage reduction, you can, like, you know, throw in the Horaric Jewel, for example, for the max res. A bit more life rolls, something like that, but I mean, you don't need any of that really. Now about the Pain Gorgers and Capeleke and Midnight Sun. What if... Now the values are pretty small, right? But what if we can make it work with the 2 jewelry tempers to restore resource? Oh, it's 15%, dude. Okay, let's say 15. Masterwork without crits times 2. It might be doable. You need 130% extra resource generation. I think that's doable. And then you can run Pain Gorges and Starless. I mean, we have Ravager. We have, I don't know, let's say 17 or so from the main stat. We have a Shroud. How much is a Shroud? 16.1. And then we have five to Vigorous, 6 to Vigorous, so it's another 30 without points. 35 actually, because you need to put 1 point with a Shroud. And here we are. Monka, Do I have a math here on how much does the resource cost reduction? We lose 2 resource cost reduction tempers if you do this. But it's not the worst. I think they're like 5, 6, 7% DPS each maybe. You can give them up. So 25 RCR, which is an 18% damage increase. How much RCR would we normally have? I think it's 10.5 temper. 10 actually. So it's 27% with no masterwork crits. So yeah, roughly this actually. So it's roughly a 20% damage gain we don't have from the RCR. But that's okay. I think Pain Gorges can easily make up for that. Nice painting, grease, so good for a pen shot. Yeah, it's just like extra damage basically on the boots. There's no other source of damage on the boots. Besides like dex on a pair of normal boots. You can do that. There's also vulnerable problem on Touch of Death. You just put it on a ring. If there's a vulnerable problem, there's always a ring. Yeah, I have normal boots in my pen shot liner, excuse me. You can do pen grease though. Is it best to get glyphs in 9 engines? Yeah, always just pit. I always just like go straight into pit when I make a fresh character and they get glyphs on the way. What will be the biggest thing to look out for from the uniques? Are you talking about the normal crushing hand or the crushing hand Banazan build? The Banazan build doesn't work without Banazan. And for the Cappadocia builds, you want this. I think it's cooking time. Shroud was Razorblade for Crushing Hand, Balzan. Definitely Razorblade. I mean, Crushing Hand is already the tanky version of Balazan, so he should be fine. Running Shroud is a huge damage loss. It just makes you more tanky. I need to find my mule. Also, I have to get the gloves from this guy. I don't need berserking damage anymore, Dunk Zero. So on this thing, I do not want this. You can see, like, if you're like looking at the Maxwell guides, Diogo, you can see the checklist section somewhere, and you see where everything drops. Do we have basic pants? First of all, let's get rid of this thing. Feeder, here, feeder basic. It's kind of neat. Why do I have this? Here's a Kankaleka. Actually has a high roll on the Cold Scout at least. Now the Vigorous might be a bit scary. I might have to put an extra point, but okay. We'll do this. I have some big emeralds, man. But this is the biggest. I wonder if I can get away with these pants. That would be kind of nice. I'll just roll basic on it. And to see how my armor looks later. Might go back on a mule. I need boots. Is there any good boots here? Probably like armor, res, move speed boots or some shit. If I wanna do this. But this would be nice. Otherwise I could cut down the weight. What timbers are correct for pants? Is it dodge and barrier? Yeah, I mean, you can try to find better options. Good luck. They're bricked, right? Wait, are they bricked? Or what? Fuck. $750 ring. Oh boy. Well, this GA resource might actually come in handy. Very low DR. Oof. Okay. You're getting carried away by the high AoE damage of the builds without being ready for those tiers yet, Ori. So it sounds like your setup is just generally missing a lot of stuff in order to take on the bosses. The AoE damage is incredible on those builds, and the single target is pretty low in comparison. So you can clear packs many tiers higher than you can kill a boss. That's just how the build works. We're doing Capelleca with Pain Gorges. I realize I'm setting everything up without actually having confirmed that it works. But YouTube chatter confirmed it works. So let's cope for now. If it works with Rake, it should work with Quill. So there should be no difference there. Good thing I've already start leveled. Easy clap. Oh, I forgot this resource generation as well. Yeah, it should be pretty easy to reach the necessary resource generation actually. Forgot about the notes on zapping. You can definitely make it work with just the 2 tempers. Ugh. Time to get leveling. And probably when I pick up a lot of these res and armor and stuff, yeah. Because else it's gonna be it's a lot of armor nodes. And res. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 res nodes, so 6%. Now it's 4.5. How many armor nodes? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then there's even more here. 7, 8, 9, 13 armor nodes. So that's almost an entire roll. And a lot of attack speed is also missing. 1, 2, 3. And this is not even fully stacked. So we have to get those. And Spiritborn Paragon is just too cracked, man. Like a Paragon 300 and you don't even have everything. And then you play Necro, you're like 190 and you got everything. Okay. So we are supposed to have vortex size on the glove, but we're not running a glove right now. First of all, let's go into a training dummy room before I do anything here. Oh, world boss in 29 seconds, guys. We get bamboozled. So Pain Gorgeous clearly does not proc from Rake. Despite everything. Okay, first of all, let's get rid of this thing right here. It will not be that hard to keep up Pain Gorgeous though. So that's not the issue.
That was fun.
You have a 35% chance to double hit. So you're basically looking for the time when you see 3 numbers, or even 4, right? Can I practice on range somehow a bit better? Not really. That was a lot of numbers. This was also a lot of numbers. Now what about this? Oh. Oh, seems like Ravager works. So this is probably what's causing it. Four numbers, 3 numbers, 3, 3, 4. Okay, I want to wait until Ravager drops and then see 3 numbers. Yeah, so it looks like it works. Because nothing else that explains 3 numbers, right? Unless I'm like double hitting. Those 5 numbers. We have Jaguar, so let's remove that. This is actually why we started to see numbers, I guess. Problem detected. Oh no. Yeah, I guess crit is not the best idea for this. Because they only get 1 hit. But they have 8 feathers. Another question is, does the multi-hit work? Seems like it's always 1 hit, no matter if it's like double hitting or not. Yeah, it's always 1 hit. And even a double hit doesn't do anything. So I think this is not a thing for Campadeka. For Quill at least. But it could be for some of the others. For Rake or Crush or something. We could maybe try this. Look at the damage numbers a bit. Seems like they're way smaller on Pangorger as well. So I'm pretty sure there's some stuff missing. And Pangorger is supposed to repeat and do 125% extra damage. But it looks more like it's doing half when it happens. Or even less than half. So I think we actually don't have much cooking to do here. I think this is not gonna work. But I could maybe see this work on other setups like Crush. But even there, like if it doesn't even do the full damage and give me the full damage and the 125% bonus, I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. Because even Crushing Ant has 2 hits in the ability and only one of them will trigger this. And then you have the Capeleka Exiles that don't get counted at all. And this has to compete with Redirected Force, which is a 140% multi. And we lose 2 resource cost reduction tempers. So there's this. It could be interesting for payback. If that still works this way. They've done some self changes on Capeleka at some point, but I think it still does this. So you have 1 hit, and that gets a double damage, and then that can go into the Pain Gorger. So I can see that happening. Now we will play this basically exactly the same. We made our current payback guide into a Thorns build. And that was noticeably better than the non-Thorns build. So I'm not sure if we can even catch up basically. 7.6k life. Beautiful. And that's with a Shroud with triple crit. Thank you. What is that? LVCK1. Are there any payback builds worth trying out? Yeah, we got one on Max, so it's actually that's really decent. Yeah, it's a payback Fawns build. It's pretty fun actually. It's kind of like a ranged playstyle as well. It's like the only ranged playstyle this class has. Somewhat ranged. Which gem should we push first to 100 as a Hydra Sorc? Usually level them all equally anyway. It's only the question which one to go for 15 first and 46 first. After that I just level them all together. Yeah, I have Pressing Vengeance. I mean, I could try to make a Quill, and then I can do Payback and just see what happens. If that is like an option. We need like an attack speed, a rest, life ring or something. And Vuln as well, right? Fuck. Where's my GA life rings? Here's all of them, but they all have decks. So something like this. Then can we go for life? It says rest armor. So this maybe. What Diagonals recommend for Quill, Thorn, Spiritborn, you're starting with Vigor. Make sure if they reactive boost season power. And like a hit, chance to restore resource. You can also leave out Quack's Rune for the start.
Precious stones to catch the light. Coming.
Armor, basic, life. We have layered walls actually.
Come back and see us.
Idle, DR, control, denial, power. And this. You could also do 30% attack speed and then don't take the 10% more damage. That would be kinda neat. How much attack speed do we have? 70. So if we don't go for attack speed here, we could actually do that. That's where the attack speed coming from. It's almost from Paragon, I guess. Paragon is 30. $55, 70, yeah. So leave this out. And we leave this out. Then we can do like no attack speed. That seems kind of a waste though. And yeah, and we don't reach the attack speed cap here either. Because I don't have this kind of starless. We don't have this kind of glove. So maybe just take like a live dex ring. And be done with it. Perfect umbral, huh? I haven't used umbral in so long. But I will salvage this. I think I will feel a bit more comfy if I have the attack speed gem. I have that. I have this. I probably don't have armor and rest cap indoors. So work on that. You can use a normal helm maybe. Instead of loyalty. And otherwise roll this on the rest of the gear where you can. On the non-uniques. Yikes. Okay, so I'm missing 36 resistance. Well, we're missing right here, first of all. Best Rune to pair with Ohm for damage on Druid. I guess Igni or Neo if you use the bottled wind season power. Okay, I'm missing 21 res. We kind of want a GA res on one of these pieces. Basically here. Or we have more rest to take here, right? How much is that? 1, 2, 3. I think we'll do that. $17 is more achievable. So we put that here. We keep it live. 1,300 dex, by the way. Willpower goes to basic. Do I have too much armor? This has GA armor, this has GA armor. And this has that. So I think we don't have too much armor. And this has Fatal Resilient. Okay, Resilient up, we have a lot of ranks. That's plus 45% life. Okay, we're gonna hit like 11, 12k. I need to check if I have another amulet like this because I have to do different tempers. I think I should probably start playing with like a normal setup, which means need some quill or core ranks and some lucky hit restore. Or we ignore the lucky hit restore, put the right stuff on the ring and the amulet and just try that. And then we can change this restore to Dex or some shit. Which is definitely a worse trade than having resource cost reduction. But it's good enough for science, I think. And also don't need attack speed anymore. Actually, we do need attack speed on the glove. So here's that, but doesn't have ranks. And that's kind of a yikes not having ranks, I gotta say. Like, build is at 11. I'm gonna have some ranks there. So yeah, we're not gonna restore. I'm just gonna get like attack speed, quill. Do you have anything with attack speed? Maybe Dex, attack speed, quill. Or life, attack speed, quill. I think it's fucking armor, man. Dude. Okay, we got the gloves in that chest for sure. It's a gauntlet chest. Close.
What will it be?
We're in hardcore Tangela? There's one glove here. What tier pit were you able to kind of push with pen shot? I didn't do a push yet, but it has done like around 100, I think. We have no gloves. Ah, here's one with G8 dex. Or GA attack speed and dex. And I guess we can just take that. Good enough for science. There's one build that runs Crazy to Dead God, but it's not a recommended build. It's like a lag-based Touch of Death push build. That was actually the highest pushing build last season on Spiritborn, which is still good now, but weaker than the Balsam builds and very frustrating. On the other hand, you can equip Grace, and on some builds you don't lose that much damage and he's just gonna become invincible, which could be nice for bossing. Will I put a glove now? Eagle damage, vortex size. I'm gonna put the vortex there. Interesting that it goes into Spiritborn recovery temper. Doesn't have anything to do with recovery and not resilient. Passive. Okay.
Father bless. What do you need?
I need like a very high roll of the lucky hit restore. $13. $12. That seemed kind of low. Basic is 65. Struggle, mobility, physical, wound, crit. It's all the same shit, right? They're all 65. This should be resilient. I'm stupid. I may not have bricked my emerald right now. Okay, he's alive. And armor neck. Surprisingly few percent armor GA necks this season. Here's another one. So I guess just take those. Perfect roll. Shit. I kind of want to salvage this thing for the aspect as well as. That's a good aspect roll. And I'm actually going to put this into this build. What's my current one? $38. Okay, this is like a 20, I guess. So that's gonna be a 39. It's 1% more DR. If it's not a perfect one, I guess I'm not gonna salvage it. Let's see if this here. This is also an aspect. Okay. So if I put a gem in there, how's that looking?
Precious stones to catch the light. Come and see.
3k. Nice. Double nice. Okay. It does seem like a bit of a struggle with our armor. 3.4k. I think I want to hit at least a double on this thing. And probably some here, right? This has GA and yellow. This has GA as well. And this has a triple. I think I might need that, right? We're missing 17 res. That's all res now. Yeah, I think we realistically have to hit this percent armor at least a second time. It might be fine. That's all stats. Yikes. Don't have that much off the side though. It's relatively decent resource roll, but you wanna hit at least 1 or 2 on the hit twice, I think. God damn it. Oh. We keep this as it is. Now comes the fun part. Oh. Okay, fun part ended. And well, now comes the other fun part. Alright, let's call it good karma, because I'm cooking for the community. Alright. Yeah, the only other thing I want to do here is like get this on. I have only 4k off the side. That was good, man. I've still no armor. I should actually put annealing hits on the neck right now. Which is kind of funny. But probably the truth. 191 vigor. So now I have a times 3. Eh? This will be a 5 times 3.78. 91 vigor times. Okay, I guess it doesn't matter. Just hit savage all keys instead of junk. Well, and now you learned a valuable lesson. You do this.
I have many fine pieces, rare and beautiful.
Igni Jar. Ahu Quax. It's the strat apparently. Quack. Now the good question is, where the hell is my Igni? I only have one, it's on a Druid, that's actually insane. I have no fucking Ignis. In my jar? Same. Here's a jar. I have to get some more runes, dude.
I hope the inn has something to warm me up.
Anyway, there's Igni. Do we have like any ring I was using that has res? This is Vehement Brawler. Wrath and Wrath. How did I do this with the res before? On this guy. guess that works, kind of. Anyway, I didn't come here for that. Blutsauger Lehrmeister. Thank you for the 30 mouse. Alright, Igni Jar. Wait, that's not right. Should be Pock, actually, as well as Pock Jar is the way. Okay. Do you have exactly the armor cap for unyielding on neck? It's kind of sad. We don't read tempered as well. It's perfect. Okay. %, dex. That's almost perfect. Okay, let's just keep that. We have 10,000 life, pre-pots. We're only gonna use this one though. So it'll be like 12k. Because we're gonna use the resource potion.
Good batch there. Blessings.
Okay, let's see if it works. I might have to master work these things up a bit more. Azurath is from Duriel, Dariel, and Harbinger. It's a bit sus. How much resource proc do we have? Oof. How much resource gen do we have? This is this and Ravager. 24%. 21. It looks okay. We should have enough. So is it just a fitness cliff looking so weird? Revenge, Talon, Spirit. We don't even have fitness. Also missing something there. These are like a hit restore resource. I'm gonna just try this real quick. Doesn't look different, so I think it is working, it's just not working that often. We have those insta-fills. So I think everything is working correctly. Okay. Any of my glyphs under-levels? No, 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 no. Okay. We shouldn't need this. I think an all of res.
See some steel you need? More there than I thought.
Okay, we go with some Nebulousness for science.
Anything could be lucky.
To emerald and weapon weaker than body? Yeah, by a lot. You don't put gems into weapons unless you're like very low level. 15k life, layered boards. Honestly, don't actually have perma 100% block chance necessarily. Yeah, I should definitely put Pock and Jar here. Not sure why I didn't do that. It's also a rare rune instead of a legendary rune. That works really well. Lots of teleports. I don't think we're really gonna notice much here. Maybe farm torment content. What's my uptime here? 4.5 seconds, okay. As long as I keep attacking, my out height will be up. So that's good. The problem is just I'm not 100% sure what I can block and what I can't. So there's a good chance that I try to dodge something in the boss fight, which causes me to drop my out height, which I could have survived if I had just stood there and tanked it, but then my out height is down, and then I get hit by the next thing and I die. So that's amazing, because when my out height is down, I probably take something like triple or quadruple damage right now. We have block chance 55, block reduction 59. Okay, so we take times 2.5 and we don't block. Okay, you turn off those damage numbers, I don't see shit. What masterwork crit weapons are there? Each masterwork crit is another rank, and the GA is another rank if you go to 12. If you hit it not at all, you get +1 at 7. If you hit it once, you get another +1 at 9. If you hit it twice, you get another +1 at 10. Okay, so far so good, I guess. This is the Queer guide from Maxwell. The real Queer guide, not the Balazan.
Greetings. How shall I hammer things on your return?
Run a horde. Let's just try to like warm up a little bit to this stuff here. And then we're gonna try maybe payback with the Engorgers. Time for Razor Wings. Yeah, Razor Wings cooking will come in soon as well, but I don't think today. Shit, I still have the numbers on. What are the damage numbers actually? Not that high, huh? See, 200 mil there. Wait a minute, do I actually... I think I have the wrong... Jaguar Hall, the wrong Spirit Hall. Let me check that. Oops. Okay. That's all more damage. Okay, getting ganked by idle from below guys while I'm doing this. Okay. It's gonna happen at some point, dude. Also, I'm not running, oops, anything here. Okay. Actually, I can't remember seeing idle from below guys in here. Yeah, I mostly want to play a bit of Grill to get a bit of a benchmark for payback. Because I'm thinking if there's a avenue for Pain Gorges on this class, it's gonna be that. Also, what about the other basic attacks? Crash is usually like the basic build, but it doesn't really work. I wonder how like Rock Splitter Thorns and Pain Gorges interacts, but I kind of doubt it does. Or if it does, it's just like on the base hit and not on the Thorns, because the Thorns is separate. The shooter guns get tanky as hell in pit 90? I don't think so. They definitely are squishier than normal elites and not threatening at all. On the PTR they were just like insta-killing people, but they really nerfed them. That's just like free progression. You just need to fight him together with another pack basically. See that, lords. It's better Quill or Rake. I don't know. I expect Quill will push a little bit higher though, but Rake is probably just the overall winner. Okay, this guy got insta-deleted. So that looks actually fine. They're missing a lot of damage. Like I'm missing like a 20% damage from just my armor alone. Then master this stuff higher. This. We're missing like 2 skill ranks. Be something like 30% then. We have the wrong gem actually. So it could be just 20% more there. This has a really shitty hit twice. Yeah, so we can easily get double damage from here, I think. Okay, so Jewel Guardians do exist in here. Horadic Vials, they are the season currency to upgrade your powers. Let's keep an Echovel here. Yeah, we try Butcher. We are kind of deleting, man. It's going well. No double dipping shenanigans here. When you're on dial on Penshot Rogue. I mean, if you're really desperate to stack out some attack speed, but Cowl or Goldside will be better. And you have plenty of attack speed anyway from if you have Starless and also just like Ring, Glove, Close Quarters, Potion. Like you relatively easily cap out, and Eagle Horn. Like you don't need that attack speed at all. You're just gonna be capped anyway. Okay, we're deleting. Now I realize I can't find a shot of Heartseeker on this class. Unlucky.
See some steel you need? What's left?
Let's try Bashan. I just made the cool volley setup. Petition for removing Herodic Vials from escalation. Yeah, the worst part is when you kill Azeroth and it just keeps popping out like 5,000 vials. You have to stand there. Okay. Wait, you actually want to farm Marshan anyway for the... That's right. We should do that a little bit. You going for Rogue or some Beast there? All the bosses can drop all the uniques, but this is like a huge random loot table. Beast is the one way I farm. Eagle on. I don't need that jar here. What can we do? I wonder if I can get this permanent. 403 seconds should be doable. We have more Bashan hearts. Not much. Best I found legendary runes is bosses. Maybe we easily actually shout enough for the challenging shout. That should make us tanky. Which class I enjoy the most this season? I don't know actually. I chose only the fun stuff, so I can't really pick a favorite. Yeah, we might want to cook with this thing actually. I'm gonna save that. Protection of the Prime. Wonderful loot here. The most easy obtainable build. I'd say go Pulf or Hydra. Oh, by the way, in 15 minutes is the typical patch time. Let's see if they're gonna patch. Speaking of Hydra. We try Urivar. Let's see. Is that all I have for Urivar? Oh, okay. The boss mats definitely are coming in slower than usual. I noticed that this season. I feel like I've been running like a bunch of tributes and all that. Fix an issue where Jago Hall double dips certain effects, copium. Yeah, honestly, they just need to like redesign the fucking... Like the Jago Hall is also just not good design, I think. The way it works. Even if they fix that. It's just gonna be like a shitty Spirit Hall then. I think I should just fix it in Season 10, make another effect for that, and that's it. Okay, T4 Urivar, let's see. Shit. Actually, I have to do the face. He's a bit beefier than Marshan, it seems. Maybe with some not lucky, not unlucky rocks I can kill him. How does this work again? Like all the spears, they beam towards him, right? So you can't stand in there, I think. Or something like that. Okay, let's see if Supremacy pre-stacked. Maybe it's better. Yeah, I kind of have to kill him in like 1 or 2 seconds after he hits 50% to skip the phase. It's kind of hard to do. Wait, these guys spawn again on the side. Interesting. Belial. And friends. This was almost, actually. He was just about to fall. Right, Scorefix, Scavex this, it doesn't work. I think when it's like your PC issue, it could happen that it doesn't save you. It's mostly like for DC, yeah. Did they change the fight? I thought that these spears, they do like a beam. But I don't see the beam. You have to only do like the first quest or the second quest on your alts. It's pretty fast. Mm-hmm. 50 GA Thorns. I kinda don't want GA Thorns on GA Life. Oh shit. Two husks, and it's T4. And now pants. Here's the GA Life. 115. Fuck. I mean, I could try the Master the Life. It's not a bad pants, so it only has 2 to Bastion. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And you offer Andy Spiritborn with the new pants. There's 0 synergy between Undials and the new pants. But there is a build for the pants, and there's a build for Undials. But there's not a build for both. Ah, what is the Venture Stash, apparently. The little HP bug happens when you kill the ads too fast. Some pants, I guess. I'm not sure if I can survive. I can probably survive Belial. At least if I have mod. That is actually a relatively good bossing setup right now. I could probably kill Belial in like 5 to 10 seconds. If I master this up a bit, probably even faster than that. Okay, now one thing. I need a ring that has life, res, and chance to proc Vuln. Because you want to try payback later. To have such a ring. Honestly, on payback, I think I still a little lucky hit. You probably can't do the starter stuff anyway, now that I think about it. 39. I think this is more of a Midnight Sun ring angle. So I can just do another ring that has res and Vuln on it. Now the question is, do I have that? That ring. Okay, I think Spiritborn cooking is too late for later. I need to farm some stuff. Nice, Smiley. How long do the ads need to be up for Lilith? I don't know, I guess a few seconds is fine. Pain. Gorger. And Stardust. Did I have that earlier? Or which gem? I had something else. Here's your attack speed. What did I put earlier? The CDR. See, I need to get a grandfather. And then a bit better rolls here on the cooldown. And then I think we're chilling. The grandfather needs to happen. But it's far away though, grandfather. Also want to see how Astaroth goes on this character. Should be pretty chill. A guide for solo player progressing after hitting level 60 and getting to T1. Well, after level 60, you instantly go to T1. So this is where the in-game starts. And there's no reason not to go to T1 instantly. So you get 3 stones from anywhere, basically. And then go into the pit and do a tier 10. And then you play the game. And yeah, from there, usually you wanna like boost your glyphs a little bit, find your glyphs. You can do that just through a pit, basically. If you already have a glyph that you want to use, then just like start leveling that as much as possible. And then you just kind of grind everything, you know. Grind some nightmare dungeons, grind some boss materials, get your first uniques in T1 or T2. the big uniques for your builds. Butcha. With no loot. Is this a gold shrine? Oh shit. How is this gonna pop out? With all these spiders, like that's gonna be insane. Wait, we have 44 million, let's see. Ah, too much walking. Dude, I wanna go down and kill more spiders, let's see. Yeah, okay, I actually kind of did everything. 45. Oh, this was almost nothing, what? 1 million gold? I thought this would be a lot. I feel like I didn't really open all of these chests. Did I miss them? I came here for the Horadic Gem Reserve. Uber so kill the bosses. Alternatively, if you like leveling alts all the time, you can also do the season rep to get sparks. But that's slower. Okay, another gem reserve, let's see. Yo, I think we're just gonna farm Diamond for a while, get some up the side and stuff for now, guys. Then we can go more cooking on the Spiritborn. I'm really excited to see if you can do something with the Pain Gorger. I don't need to farm that much actually, but I have a few items I have to get to 12, I guess. Maybe at some point it's just load up on the city and just run like 50 and refinement tributes in a row or something. We're gonna have like all the up the side. In like 2 hours you can get like 100k or something. I'm not sure why I say still, because I don't think I suggested other games over D4. Although that depends on the person and what exactly they're asking. Occasionally I do that, but not generally. I think generally D4 is a good game to suggest. And it does keep getting better every season, overall. There is a build guide for my Power Druid. And it's gonna go live soon, hopefully. I recorded it this morning. Okay, it's 8:04 p.m. It's 10 a.m. in Blizzard country. So, are we gonna get a hotfix? Any Sorc enjoyers out there feeling hotfixed? Yeah, there's also a Maxwell involved guide from I think Boiler did it, which is very similar to mine. It just runs companions and I don't. So there's some details, but it's overall similar. Yeah, maybe gonna do like an afternoon patch or something, could happen as well. We need hardcore SSF mode. We do need that actually. But since there's no leaderboards yet, I guess there's no rush for Blizzard until that happens. I was actually really good at doing these rooms here. It's Outfix 4. Sorcs right now have an infinite damage bug. So that's gonna get fixed, I guess, today or tomorrow. By the wolves. Talking about this build here, right? It's 4 pink gorges. And it saves me a ring roll for Vuln. So typical DPS rune is like around 15%, like Olm or Fool. Saving a Vuln roll could be a strength roll, which is roughly half of that. So like 7% DPS or so usually. So it's roughly half a rune. Plus very consistent Vuln on everything. And it freezes everything, so it makes stuff safe. And pink gorge is automatic everywhere. So it's very comfy. Kind of funny. And then my leap is the last skill for the Seer rune. It seems like it just casts the Earthquake where I try to leap 2. I don't want to see that. Right. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Let me attack. 4. Oh. Yeah. So I cast an Earthquake, and then I leap in, and then cast in a second Earthquake. Okay, that's kind of funny.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
What's the gameplay steps for a Druid as in skills? You can check the leveling guides on Maxwell if you're looking for a 1 to 60 guide. That's the best dungeon here. Not built for just doing 70-80 pits and bosses with your friends. Pulverize? should go back a week on my YouTube channel, wait them. And then I should go back maybe 5 days or 4 days ago. And there's another one. Build for leveling Barb with Shaco. But Shaco can just about do anything, I guess. If you're already twinking. And they just imprint some random shit and start blasting. You know, good thing is if you're twinking, you can have some fun. You know, play Hoda or Upheaval or something, you know. Because when else can you do that? I did Upheaval for leveling. That was fun. Actually I did Upheaval with Iron Maelstrom. Walking Arsenal. I didn't even have any lags, Nico. I heard a lot of people have lags and stuff. But I think this is more of a softcore problem. On hardcore everything has been fine. Softcore recommended when coming back initially. Well, that only depends on how giga chat you are. I'm doing nominations for the side right now, yes. But in general, there's like a lot of loot here. I'm stacking up some escalation sigils for later, because I'm going to be grinding those. Not 2 giga. Yeah, if you're not 2 giga, then maybe play softcore. But once you get a bit more giga, you can go hardcore. DLSS and frame generation and crossplay. Okay, that might also work. I generally have crossplay off. Let's do a few refinements. There's a good chance I don't really notice the memory leaks. Unless they go like infinite or something, but I think this happens. I fixed the title, retro. I were on a Spiritborn earlier, but I'm in need of Opticide. Yeah, I noticed that the Pain Gorger strat on Spiritborn will not really work well. Seems first of all it doesn't really get all of the damage multipliers. But there might be some potential with Payback. So I wanna try Payback. Because Capelec gives it a double damage effect. Not an extra hit effect, so it's like the only skill that doesn't have multi-hits and doesn't get more multi-hits from Capelec either. It's all damage. And there might be some potential with Pain Gorgers, I think. But all the other core skills, I don't think it will be a benefit from Pain Gorgers. I could do some of Vashans or something. Once I have some boss mods and compare it to the previous kills, I should have done that actually. Maybe some other boss, Squeakwar. Burst spikes. Okay. How's that going? If you're happy with leveling the glyphs again, why not? But I think there's a lot of overlap with the glyphs. I'm definitely gonna respec mine. I need to sort out my stash at some point. I need to like make some setups, planners, get some auto side, roll some stuff, and then I have so much stash space. It's gonna be great. And then I can just like fill it up with random shit again. Not really, Jet. You can do a lot of other stuff. Well, Diamonds were like pretty undertuned in terms of rewards, and now they are pretty good overall with like basically anything you get besides XP. And it's like a nice alternative for Opticide farm, for example, while doing other stuff or getting other stuff. Gem Fragments is also mostly just in like in Infernal Hordes right now. Lots of items you can get from Astaroth. Has anyone gotten a mythic from Astaroth, guys? I wonder if he has like a mythic chance, like built in or something. Yeah, I think they should add a decent mythic chance on Astaroth. Something like 2-3% or so, that would be nice. Just as a baseline. Yeah, dinosaurs, like man. Yeah, he's basically on the level of like lair bosses. And you have to go through 3 dungeons before and all that. Like, I don't see why he wouldn't have a mythic chance. Bring back Elias, Son of Malphas, and I mean, Son of Malphas is back now with Exile. But yeah, real Malphas would be fun. Elias would also be fun. I mean, Brett, you're not spending 60k on every item. Like the Hydra triple crit on the stuff is obviously by far the most important thing to hit. And you invest the most into that. And then most of the other stuff you don't really care that much. You don't have to go for triple on everything. Usually stuff gets easier for more people, not harder, Santorio. But yeah, I mean the monsters have more HP when there's more people. Like damage Hydra uses want and focus. Interesting. Yeah, that's an F, man. Wait for what? Does it get more crit on the offhand or what?
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Should we try an Astaroth? I guess you should see how like some of the higher tiers go. I should level my glyphs a little bit. They are at 69. Let's go. Well, 4 people I think should be quadruple HP, so if you turbo one-shot everything, then it should be fine. I guess the biggest thing about Undercity is if you're boosting your friends and they die, everyone has to run to the ends to get to the portal to get to the next floor. They can't leave anyone behind. So you have to make sure they actually arrive there. Yeah, which are awkward, that's nice. I had a lot of fun with the polarized push, that was cool. The puddle pulve? No, maybe he did a hard mode. No puddles. Just a raw physical strength. That would be impressive for both. We don't need the new unique. Hey Charles. What about using the wound drinker ring? No, I have not. There is no thought to waste on that, I think. Just rounding the values. You hit the minimum and it rounded differently on the two different numbers, I guess. Any tips on farming gold? Yeah, sell uniques to the vendor. Or to people. To people is usually more effective if you're on softcore. But mostly to the vendor if you are not doing that. You want, like, before you triple crit a Nazarath, you want to definitely get a GA. Like, the GA is the easy part. Triple crit is the hard part. So you're not gonna do that when you don't have a GA. How much do they pull for triple crit? Depends on if it's a unique or a legendary. Because on it's roughly twice as easy on a unique. It's a 1 in 64 versus a 1 in 125. Because there's more affixes on legendary. But yeah, roughly 1 billion gold sounds about right. And yeah, I mean, auto side is always easy to get more, I guess. But if you're not trading any gold, then you definitely want to have something in the bank. Hello, Aaron. There's a rake Thorns of Wound Drinker, 114 or so push. Wound Drinker is a bit weird, I gotta say. I mean, it has a bit of damage reduction against poison, which doesn't work against the Pit Shadow bosses. And then what? It has a bit of Thorns, okay. And then what? I mean, 114 is not a very impressive push so far for Artisan build. You know, even the polarized druids do 110 or something, or 100, whatever. 12. I'm not sure what they have pushed so far. Like 114 is not that crazy on a rake. You can definitely scuff up your build a bit and do 114. Yeah, so this is probably it then, huh? 1000 thorns. That's like a quarter of what a razor blade does. And you have other sorts of thorns. So this whole thing would give you probably something like 20, maybe 25% damage or so. A tiny bit of the R. This is irrelevant. I mean, there's this. So you get a skill slot. That's really the main thing. And you have like a tiny bit of additive here that is okay, I guess, but nothing crazy. Yeah, so the main advantage here is you get a skill slot. But I'm not really sure what you would want to put there. Seems pretty scuffed, actually. But depending on what it is, I guess it would be counterattack. You can get counterattack on the bar then, and then you can press counterattack, and you can survive a bit. And you can get more thorns from the Hubris Glyph. So this would probably be the main reason there. So you can run Armored Hide and counterattack, and not just one of them. And I can see that actually being like relatively useful, especially if you're struggling to survive. But it's very difficult to play with counterattack because you have to like always let it drop and let them hit you. And then you can press it again. It's like very tricky to play with that because you have a 3 seconds counterattack uptime and a 5 seconds Badazan stack uptime. So you need to get hit 3 times in 2 seconds when counterattack is down and then press counterattack again. But yeah, I mean, since at that point I guess you are pushing and only fishing for like ad bosses and stuff, and you don't get like a Hive Master or a Spirit Caller or something, there will be like multiple targets trying to hit you. So you can usually get the Balazan stacks really fast, even if the boss is like half AFK. And in a large pool, I guess it should generally be fine. Stuff hitting you, pretty fast and your counterattack is down. So yeah, you get a bunch of flat thorns there, and then I can kind of see that working out. Maybe the Wound Drinker is not that terrible as I thought. But I don't really like the idea We also give up like Hunter cooldown, but I guess on Rake that's acceptable. Maybe throw in a Wildfire Glyph. So this means he has... Wait, he has no Legendary Ring at all. He has Starless and Wound Drinker. So this means he need to get vulnerable from the Glove. Or from the Catalyst. But the Catalyst, I wouldn't really trust that. Or he didn't run Starless. Which also means that he didn't have the chance to heal, I guess. Because that would normally be on the ring as well. I think I was back to a clear pit 100. I mean, the Pink Gorgeous update is pretty powerful, so maybe. But I'm not sure where it lands right now. They gave it two lines instead of one, so it's effectively double. But they killed Overpower. Well, not entirely, but they, you know, you basically lose what you gained again, I guess, roughly. But I mean, on PTR, I was doing like easy peasy 85 in 7 minutes or something. So even there, with old pit scaling, that could have been like a 90 or something, I guess. Maybe higher, a bit more optimization. Which means with new pit scaling, it might actually be in like the 100 territory. I can definitely see Earthspike doing 100 plus. Yeah, Quill already makes everything vulnerable. DJ Xeon. Quill doesn't need that. That's part of the skill. Next week will be mid-patch. Well, last season they have done like a week 1 and a week 2 patch. So I expect something today or tomorrow. I mean, they just came back from like the long holiday weekend. So realistically, they might do like some emergency stuff today, like fixing the Sorc. And then maybe tomorrow they're gonna do whatever actual update they had planned. And then I guess another one in a week. Down, man. So how tanky is Astaroth? Can I just do Astaroth in like a similar time? I'm expecting some buffs. Hard to say. I feel like a lot of the buffs that are necessary need like relatively fundamental changes. So I'm not sure if they would do that without a PTR or something. But who knows. do another 73. Okay, so this Rake Spiritborn build used Wound Drinker, no Starless, but it did use Shroud. Is that what you're saying? I mean, Shroud is not that much of a damage downgrade when you get 1000 Thorns from your ring and you have counterattack going. I guess you'd have to look at the math. So counterattack gives you something like 2.5k flat Thorns and the ring like another 1k, so that kind of makes up for Razor Plate. And then Shroud gives you like a bunch of passives and whatnot. And then you have the DR from the Wound Drinker. And then you have the extra life from the Shroud. It does sound kinda comfy actually. I'll save up a Wound Drinker when I get one. But I also still don't have a GA Life or GA All-Stats Shroud. We have a Stealth and a Resource Gen Shroud. I need to fix that at some point. Have you seen the plan of that build? No. Someone in YouTube chat just told me that there's like 114 clear of Rake. Which, I mean, it could be better or it could not be better. And right now I don't really trust it 100%, but it definitely sounds like it's going to be comfier in terms of survivability. Like, equipping the Shroud is already a strategy in order to become more tanky on the Banazan builds. But you lose a lot of damage, and he basically found a way to not lose that much damage by doing that. With the Wound Drinker and Shroud and getting the counterattack on the bar. You think Rockspitter Thorns should use Banazans or not? You can, but it's kind of like a side grade. You can also easily apply poison thanks to the Centipede primary Spirit Hole. And then you don't need the Banazan. This is how Rockspitter has done it the last few seasons. And I mean, just to preserve the build's identity, I guess it makes the most sense to kind of keep doing that. The gear was perfect. Yeah, I'm not surprised about that. There's a lot of tryhards trying to push high tiers. Is there like any other important stuff I want to grab here actually? What about some res? Like everything on Barb Paragon is just fire res. I'm 45% overcapped. Great. 20. Okay, cold poison. And this doesn't exist here, right? Fire. Fire. All res. Lightning. Wow. Okay. This is Shadow. Why do we have 200 pit level? Well, actually, we have 150. And the idea is that this is an infinite system that cannot be beaten. That's the whole point of it. So that you always have something to struggle against. It's the same loot as P250. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely work on like scaling the rewards a bit. Obviously, you can't like overdo it. You know, maybe there needs to be some finish line for rewards. For example, Pit 100 is probably a good place to stop scaling rewards at all and make it exclusively about the the pushing and the competition after that. For example, potentially change the rules and how the pit scales and how the monsters behave. I don't know. You can add extra affixes, environmental effects, whatever. Nightmare Dungeon style, for example, to make things a bit interesting for like, let's say, a competitive leaderboard in the future. There's lots of potential there. And you just say, okay, up to 100 is what you're supposed to be able to, farm or, at least progress and, try to make a build strong enough to do that. And then everything after that is just like optional push. And I think that would be a pretty good system. And we already have that with like glyph levels, for example, right? I mean, we don't have to farm level 100 to get our glyphs up anymore. You can just farm 60s or 70s if you want. But at least there is kind of this progression towards a glyph level 100, and it kind of makes sense that 100 is like a good threshold. A lot of builds land in that category, like they can clear around 100 with like high-end gear and so on. And I think that's perfect. And then you just leave the next 50 tiers for the infinite, competitive, eventual leaderboard scaling. And you can make it very fun as well for like the not just scale up the numbers, but also scale up other stuff, monster aggressiveness and elites and everything, you can do funny stuff. And I think that would be a pretty good system. Is the patch out? I don't know. I can see if there's an info about patch coming or not today. Cope. Okay, I do expect a Sorc fix at least. And then we'll see the rest. Burger, huh? That would be nice now, actually. I'm up for that. PDR Season 10 will be this month or next? I mean, the season ends end of September, I think. So PTR should be middle of August or so. Probably at the worst time possible for me. But we'll see. Wait, what is that? 77 days left. Yeah, so like middle, end of August I guess that's the PDR. I think we're still gambling for amulets, right? Ooh. That is not bad. Do I need that speed though? 189. You actually don't really need the speed there, I think, if you get like a GA. You don't need GA here. Just like Masterwork is up on an 800. We're probably fine, actually. Free to brute force. How's that? It's one of those here, right? Is that like a mighty throw amulet? I guess so, right? Or is that using Ramaladni? Actually, what about Bash? Bash goes two-handed, right? But I guess Bash doesn't overpower that much. Oh, you have Moni. Not Moni, you have Xan. So maybe. PDR combining with PoE 2 and LE. I mean, PoE 2 should be way earlier than LE, and probably way earlier than the PDR, so realistically it's gonna be fine. But yeah, it's gonna be kind of like shitty because PoE 2 is probably like in 3-4 weeks, and then we have like 1 or 2 weeks, and then we have PDR, and then we have like right after PDR we go into LE or something. Yeah, it's gonna be a struggle again next month, man. And also gonna be like away half the month. It's gonna be great. We do 75. Do I want to change this? Actually, I have exploit. I should probably level the IR while we're at it. This is also 10% TR from elites, which is kind of nice for bossing. There's also Marshall. Do we do Marshall? I do have to say Marshall sounds kind of cool too. But you don't shout very much on bosses. And the shouts have an even longer cooldown than the... Do they actually? 21, 27. Actually, that would kind of be enough to lower the cooldown to like the same value, basically. If I shout, it lasts 7.4 seconds. That's already with the 24. What this build really needs is a fucking Fist of Fate, man. Or like a G8 lucky hit. Just get the lucky hit, man, so I can proc my rage. I mean, first of all, we're gonna get more procs on just having a better rage. It's like 11% more. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Do you see Tyrus Might or Andarius working anywhere this season? I mean, Andarius is like a very niche item. I have an Andarius Spiritborn build that's on the Quill Body Guide, which is just like, it's like a nice little build, but you know, nothing crazy. Other than that, Andarius doesn't mean half a purpose. Interiors is just like if you want to do a comfy T4 farming and you have way too much damage, especially for lair bosses or something, you can do that. But other than that, it doesn't really have a place either. No, Bucky. What's the Sorc fix? Sorcs can do infinite damage right now. So that is expected to be hotfixed in the next hours. I don't think PoE2 will be the first week of August since they usually announce 1 month before. Yeah, okay, but I mean, they said 4-month cycle, and they did start of April, so I would expect the start of August, especially now that we already know the last Epoch date later in August. Why do you prefer to play SSF in PoE or LE? I mean, in LE it's just a way, you know. They have like the best SSF out of all of the games. And in PoE, I mean, it has just been very fun to do this, and it was like, you know, also kind of like I want to be competitive. You know, any kind of competition in PoE will always be like SSF or hardcore SSF even, you know, gauntlets and whatever. So I just kind of want to like be in that mindset as well. Or 1 buck and 3 Aeon. You do add teleport checkpoints and map overlay into 9 dimensions like PoE2. Yeah, I'm not sure about the teleport checkpoints. I mean, 9 dimensions are relatively streamlined these days. So, and it's also not even a reason to like full clear something most of the time. Yo, Bloodwax, thanks for the buy, man. Okay, 400 mil, stonks. Nice shroud battle Exile Fury on Pulverize. I mean, the 5 ranks to the Bear skill is probably something like a 20% upgrade. And then you have the user and strength upgrade, which is like, what does it say? 10% on all of the bonuses. So you have like, I don't know, 7% more max HP and like 5% more damage for all powers, and then another 8% more damage from the other damage bonus. So yeah, combined with the skill ranks, you're probably talking about like a 40% DPS boost. And some sort of toughness boost that's probably mostly negated by whatever Shroud has as life. But yeah, it's pretty easy to get 40% damage from Shroud. You know, there's so many passives all over the place. Cyrox is in chat. Hello. I mean, just one rank in the Venom is already, you know, 6-7% DPS or so. And then you have like, you know, I don't know, Natural Disaster, that's like another 3% there, and then the core skill passive 4% there, and then this Earth passive like 3% there, and I don't know, they have like 10 of those passives. And if each of them is like another 3-4% multi, it definitely stacks up to more than 40% what Insatiable Fury gives you, roughly. I have no plans to touch it right now, unless we want to cook. If anything, I'm gonna cook on Razor Wings. Razor Wings is gonna be fun. Can I check my characters and my profile? No, right? This is Diablo 4, we don't have a profile here. Fuck. I wanna check what's equipped on my Druid, but I guess I have to actually log in on my Druid. Yikes. Okay then. Holy Joe. Non-spiral Razor Wings. That's it. Okay, I think I have to save a bug. Right. Okay. Hope the day will come when we don't have to unlock waypoints every season. Is that such a problem? Any ohms? Nope.
Greetings.
Hello.
2 buck wounds for 200. Stonks.
Thank you. Farewell.
They have almost 2 bees. Bzzzt. Tell the Twitch chat to just use character boost on Eternal for all the altars. Yeah, on softcore you can do that, but not on hardcore, by the way. But if you're doing softcore and you don't have the altars, you can do the boost. Yes, Josie. Use one of those two pretty often anyway, so it should be fine. Okay, my bug runes are Gonski. What else can we sell? Live for materials, huh? No one wants to buy that. Alright, so a collection of gauntlets. Do we have more of these caches? Amulets.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Can use the boost on hardcore and eternal as well. Wait, for real? Because I remember when the boost came out, people were complaining that you can't do it on hardcore. Has it been changed? Unlocking waypoints every season one time is fine, doing it every character is the problem. I don't know, I mean, I have like these random waypoints all over the place. Even if you need a waypoint, I don't know, for the boss, right? Like, the first time you go to this world boss, okay, you just run there for like 20 seconds longer. Like, I don't see the problem, man. Like, why do you need all the waypoints? We're not even doing anything in the outdoor content anyway. I feel like it's fine. But maybe it's because I'm a stronghold enjoyer and I don't mind going for the waypoints. Okay, this guy's not answering, so... Okay, so Slippy on YouTube chat says you can use the boost on Hardcore Eternal and you get these little statues. For real.
Hello.
Greetings.
Necromancer, look at that. Oh, is this a new armor set? That's a Battle Pass armor, okay. $60M. Stomps.
Thanks.
Best way to find Kura's keys. They come from different sources. So they all have like their own like special drop place, which usually says here, like for example, refinement, it says at the bottom, found in dimensions and infernal hordes, and so on. Here, titans usually comes from bosses, so you kill bosses, get titans, you kill more bosses, get more titans, and so on. Can you replace loyalty with Ancestor Helm? You feel squishy on hardcore? At the start, yes. For like armor and rest cap and stuff, I did that as well. until I had that figured out. But later, no. And also loyalty actually does add DR. With a GA and some masterwork, you can get up to 27 DR. So that's actually not bad. And the damage boost is way too much not to use it. These waypoints are not that important, we shouldn't have to keep unlocking them. I don't know. I feel like at some point I kind of want to play the game as well, you know? It would be better maybe if there was a better reason to kind of like go all around the open world. Then sometimes you're like near a waypoint and I'm like, oh yeah, let me grab that while I'm here. You know? The problem is like we're kind of lacking those reasons to just, you know, go do stuff out there, right? Okay, there's a world boss here and a world boss there, and we're gonna grab a waypoint on the way there, like, you know, the one in Skull's Glen. Yeah, okay. But all the other waypoints, you never have a reason to go into that corner of Sanctuary and do anything there. So I think that's kind of the bigger issue, right? It's like, it's just an empty world where no one cares to do anything. And then occasionally, like Vampire Tide or Witch Tide or whatever comes around, but they're also just like in specific fixed zones. Like there needs to be like some more like, you know, random stuff and exploration and, I don't know, bring back the fucking Realm Walkers and let them walk. And, you know, maybe you run into them on the way or something like that. You know, stuff like this. They do, they already have like a really cool system with the Realm Walkers and a pretty unique reward for killing them as well from, when was that, Season 5, right? The Realm Walkers, I thought they were pretty cool. Just remove that fucking event where you have to like, you know, they have to wait for them and then spawn the waves and then you kill them. Just let them walk around and you fight them when you engage them. You know, no icon, no nothing, it's just like a random discovery. Boom, you know, that would be cool, I think. And then it opens the portal, you go in, you get your stuff. You know, kind of like some Giga Treasure Goblin. With a bit of a fight and a dungeon attached. That would be cool, you know? And then people are gonna be like in clan chat, hey guys, I found a Realm Walker, come here. Then they're all gonna gang up on the Realm Walker, and they're gonna do the portal together. And then suddenly you have like some social event out of that. Like, you know? This would be cool. Clan chat, yeah. Who has ever read clan chat, man? The only time I look at clan chat is when someone links like a 4GA mythic and I'm jealous. And other than that, it doesn't exist. Yeah, it's green chat. Renewable chat. No, like the Realm Walkers, and they dropped like this special, like the chest at the end. They dropped like these like special like consumables or something. What was that? Where you get like more drops of certain kind. You could like target specific drops with those. So you just put those back in there, and they were really good. So every once in a while you want to do a Realm Walker to get these things, and you can just do the same stuff now, right? Just put them back there. Hardcore trade chat is the reason to play hardcore. Yeah, hardcore trade chat is basically group round. Like, I've done like 10 trades this season, and I think at least 4 of them were with like the same people again or something. So, everyone must know each other at this point, yes. It's like a little village, you know? With like 300 people. That's playing hardcore. You greet each other when you see each other in the wild. You know, when you cross the street. You say hello. Or halt. D4 must be 0.4%. I doubt it's that many. 1 in 250? I don't think so. I think there's less in hardcore. Get invited to a kid's birthday's garden party. Exactly. This guy was by 2 Aeon stonks. Last 2 weeks of last season, there was a lot of PK happening. What? No wonder they don't have lag. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. I think hardcore servers are more stable. Because every season start, when people complain about lags, like, I generally don't have issues. And if there are issues, they usually disappear way earlier than on what I see from chat. It's just because there's no one on the servers. And, I mean, of course, they have, like, you know, special servers assigned for softcore and hardcore or something. And they're just, like, not as, like, you know, full, I guess. This just leads to less complications, I guess. Oh, because of the TP feature. So people were just chilling in the PvP zone, invite random people, and then they press on okay, I'm gonna TP to you, and then just kill them. What the fuck, dude? That's kinda wild, actually. Is there a grace timer? No, right? D4 doesn't have a grace mechanic, does it? When you load in? I'm good, Danny. You? And 9 minutes is now the fastest and everything. No, that's still campaign. Unless you get very lucky with Forgotten Mist Intentions. But 9 minutes are pretty decent. And they're not campaign. How many damage do I have with Barbarian? Many. I probably have like 10 billion DPS now or something, maybe. What's the best single target besides Hydra? Good question. Yeah, Bloodwave might still be one of the best single target builds. We have a bossing tier list on Maxwell, you can check that. I mean, there's plenty of builds that can get pretty close to one-shotting Belial. Like my pull of Druid, for example, I can kill Belial in like 3 seconds or something. Maybe on this build as well soon. Even my Quill volley. Like, there's plenty of builds that can do Belial easily. Shredded at 97, nice. The Emerald and a Balazar Raygun is a little unreasonable. So you want me to put, I don't know, move speed, max life Emerald in the guide, or what is your solution here? Did I try Balazar Rake? That was my starter actually. Played a lot already. You've never seen Emerald of 3+3 skills? Yeah, it should probably be... I guess Chronix changed it to have 3 passives, because I gave him my planner with a % dex and 2 passives. So % main stat and 2 passives is definitely more realistic, and in many cases also better. I'm not sure what kind of passive he put there that would be better than % dex, but I guess that might be something. I usually always put like main stat, GA, and then 2 passives on my planners. Because passives are like really rare. So yeah, like a triple passive amulet is like, you know, probably 200 times more rare than a main stat double passive amulet. Or something like that. Yeah, these things are real unicorns. Main passive amulet is harder to get than a mythic. Yeah, hundreds of times harder, I guess. Yeah, this is why I always put main stat and 2 passives. Main stat, life, movement, amulet. Ah. Main stat life movement, you say? What's the best way about going double stat amulet? Well, lots of pits and gamba. And there is the tribute as well, but it's pretty costly. It's 50 million a pop. And the tribute is pretty rare. I have 5 of them though, and they're united, so I have 20 runs. And I guess united are fine because it's like divided by 4, right? So I pay 12.5 million for one run. So that's actually okay. So I will spend like 250 mil, do 20 runs. That should have relatively high chances to give you something good.
My hammer sings on your return.
I wanted to do more blood mains, I realized, right? With Harbinger demons. Let's do that. We need 0 mats. Nice thing about Hydra, so we don't need Lego amulet. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, every builder has a unique amulet, man. It's such a blessing. It saves you like half the headache from gearing. Although there are sometimes like, you know, certain uniques and stuff that are really hard to roll. Like the new pulverized weapon, for example, has a range of 200 to 600. And lots of good stats on that. And like you want a high affix, you want a high pulp cast twice. And then ideally you also get like another, you know, GA on one of the others or something. Like I put like an entire stack of Belial mods into my Druid. And I could not get a even decent weapon, actually. After like 50 Belials, that was kind of wild. It's hard to get this thing. I mean, it's also good, right? Because I think it makes sense that Lightbringer has this kind of like late game grind, for example, because like one unique in particular that is just like the build, right? And if you get that in Torment 1 and it has like a small range, then it would be, you know, you'll very quickly kind of like scale way too hard, right? And like this, with like the big range of affixes and stuff, and you want all of them, that's actually really good. Because it gives you something to chase later as well and keep progressing your power with a better weapon and so on. Where, you know, other uniques, you just get them and then you're done, and that's it, right? And that makes sense for some items, but not for something like the Lightbringer. So I think for Lightbringer in particular, it makes a lot of sense that it has this insane range. You just get any of them, like, you know, in T1 or T2, grab it, and then you just come back later, farm a better one, you come back later, you farm a better one. And eventually, that's kind of slowly grow. Each torment here have different tiers of uniques. I mean, they already kind of do that though with the higher ancestor drops, right? So you get more double, more triple GAs and so on as well on higher torments. So this is kind of like the progression and the different tiers, I guess, that you're looking for. Yeah, you can get lucky and get them on T1, but the chances are really low. And the chance to go up when you go higher torments, so I guess it's kind of there. I mean, I'm not against exclusive rewards on Torment 4 only. I think there should definitely be bigger reasons to go to Torment 4 than we have now. And they could definitely put some stuff into Tome 4 only, you know. For example, if they ever make actual legendary gems and not give us, you know, season theme gems reloaded version 5, then they could put that into Tome 4 only. Or, you know, if they ever make Val Orbs, then they can put that into Tome 4 only where it belongs, right? Because if we're talking about corrupting our high-end gear or recombinating our high-end gear, like something like that would be fun. But obviously this would be only for actual decked out builds and nothing that has any place in Tome 1 or something. So you can actually make exclusive rewards in Tome 4 only that are specifically focused on the late game grind. That makes sense, right? And those are kind of like lacking right now. We don't really have anything like that. There's not really a reason to go to Tome 4 and make a character powerful enough to do that and, you know, do all content there and so on. But you could definitely unlock certain drops only in T4. Yeah, occasionally the puddles don't spawn. I think it's kind of the same bug that causes the puddles to not do the blobs. So I guess they're gonna fix that soon at some point. The proof is gonna be insane actually when the bugs are fixed. I think then it definitely goes in S tier. I guess I can do the event for the Hellborn here. I didn't really want to do the Hellborn now. Did the patch happen yet? Not yet. It's already almost noon in Blizzard country. Soon TM. Yeah, both are super fun. I agree. Ugh. Okay, let's hope this is a ring chest, not an emerald chest. It is an emerald chest. Surprise. There's like no other chest here. Okay, fuck this. Not gonna run around trying to find one now in the other zone. You want me to help you kill Belial 5 times. Just do them on low difficulty.
done soon.
Nice. Actually, I realized Advantage Elixir is actually not bad on this class right now. With the lucky hit on Rage. Maybe I should go for Advantage Elixir instead of the pot for HP. This could also solve my attack speed thing. And then we get the damage reduction jewel. I think that's actually a good idea. But we're lacking a little bit of attack speed. Nice of you. Hello, Neo. Why does Hunter Cooldown on the neck and Chronix touch the death guide? That's probably because of Pippinger. So I know he has put Devourer in there, so I should do that if it's Devourer. Can you tell me where you seen that? Belial or Helltide for Forgotten Souls? Definitely Belial. The boss has dropped the Forgotten Souls. I mean, Helltide has a bit, but it's not anywhere close, I think. For trading, you can try Diablo.trade or also the Crimson Market. They also have trade sites. Hey, well, Alex, how's Dungeon Strike? Feels really amazing. And you can definitely get away without mythics. I don't have the Grandfather right now. You can put a normal weapon, that's okay. I have a Starless here, but it's not a massive upgrade over a normal ring, I think. Wait, what? I checked it the other day because someone mentioned the Devourer and the Hunter thing on the Touch the Death guide. And then Chronix went in and fixed it. So it should be fixed now. I recommend, yes, my Benza. Hunter, Devourer. Okay. I mean, he has Devourer on the skills, so he should go for that. He just needs to fix the amulet, I guess. Devourer, defensive, Devourer. Yeah. I guess he copied the amulet over. Someone just added me that I requested like half an hour ago. I have no idea what name that was. And now it doesn't tell me who added me. So no idea. We have way too many guides, man. Holy shit. Someone said something about a triple neck here, but it's not triple. Where did you see the triple L passive? They're all GA decks, potent. It's exactly the thing I made for the guide, and Chronics just joined it. So that's not triple.
I've been starting from nothing.
I do have spare Rotting Nightbringers, so I can have one. What's the best way to farm gold? Kill bosses and render normal uniques to, and only salvage the ancestrals. Shard, Greater, and Razor Plate on Balazan. Only if I want to be tanky, yeah. But it's a damage loss. Its attack power is something you should worry about. No. Rule number 1 is you never look at attack power. Yeah, Shroud can have like 2000 life and a bunch of passives that also include defensive passives. Razorblade has nothing. So Shroud gives you more tankiness. But Shroud is like a lot less damage than Razorblade on the Balazan builds. So it's like you get more damage, you lose damage but you gain more toughness. But yeah, it's, you know, like Tom and 4 content is very easy for those builds, so if you want you can like equip the Shroud and it's gonna be much more comfy. The guy in chat who wants to buy Basilis, and I think I had like a 2 or 3 G8 that I salvaged. But I need this one for my own. Fuck. So you feel weak and get one shot in T2. It sounds like you're not ready for T2. You should be in T1 then. You should be the one-shotting. You generally don't want to slow down when you go higher difficulty. Or only minimally. GA per Frost and Inner Flames Emerald, but it's the Ophidian Iris season. I mean, there's still plenty of other builds now. Chain Lightning is a thing. Meteor is a thing. Maybe more. That is not normal Mart, but congratulations.
Greetings.
80 million. Works on. Stonks. I wonder if that worked now. What? Where's my scroll? Ah, wait. Okay. I was like, there's this like anti thing here, but it's the wrong inventory. I was like, when did that happen? Because I checked it sometimes. Okay, everything's fine, but World Balls in 2. Shit, can I finish this? Need to go fast. Where's the World Boss? And cure shot. Hurry up. Use Overpower Flask on Overpowerized Druid or Critical Strike. They're both absolute trash. So either use the life or the attack speed. Although maybe early on the crit potion is not that terrible if you're not 100% crit capped. That can happen, I guess, especially before Perdition. But once you get a Perdition helmet, should be fine. Minute World Boss. I think I need to get invited by someone. 45. Okay. They got someone. What? What? What is that? Long boss fight, actually. There's plenty of people here. But also plenty of people on the top left, AFK, I see. Very nice. Just hold down right click. Maybe this look very funny actually. It's going up and down here. Oh, stagger. Walk. Thanks for the invite, by the way.
Place for us to regroup.
That's the spirit. All finished, are you?
Keys. Somehow I never found a silent chest. Let's get some keys. Trying to do some hell tests on this character.
some steel you need?
Shit, I never got the stronghold waypoint. Yo, the double stacker Avarice. That's insane. Bit of fun, like. Is it better to change weapon individual? What do you mean with that, Finn? Grandfather is not part of this build? Oh, not mine. But my planner? Yeah. You go for more, kinda. You can go up to 250. I wonder if the maiden now drops blood again, if I didn't contribute any heart. Let's see. Feels good, man. Drops 2 blood for the maiden, that's actually not terrible. Not even contributing. Okay, I need 12 now, so that's 6 maidens to get 1 seer. It's kinda long. Okay. So, contributing 2 blood is 14, contributing 3 is 20, and 0 is 2. And I guess if we don't want to reset Icona. So, maybe get another one if you can.
See some steel you need? My hammer sings on your return.
It is done.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Hydra Sorc able to solo kill bosses in T4. Yeah, Hydra is one of the best builds right now. With and without patch. So far we didn't have a patch, I guess. Okay, let's do a 71. That I could have up. Nature is healing. Yeah, I do go there for the whisper sometimes, and I need to see mats right now. So just going there and like spending my hearts is actually pretty good. Just every hour I do like a 5-minute run in Helltide right now. We're playing Barb, and the Barb needs Armadni, and the Armadni is impossible to get. So we're gonna be stuck in Helltide for some weeks, I guess. Oh wait, Bulky, you still wanted a Lightbringer, by the way? I forgot. Okay, no patch until next week. Uh-uh. What about the Sorcs, though? Just get Belial to deliver it. Yeah, I probably have to do Belial at some point with the Barb. We're gonna do a bunch of other bosses first. Hopefully get a Grandfather on the way. Grandfather would be nice. It's a decent upgrade for this build, also defensively. Disable the helm. It's actually not the helm, it's the elements aspect, Crucible. They have to disable the elements aspect. And I mean, that's not really a huge loss because there's not really builds that run elements these days, I guess, outside of like some janky, you know, it's like a leftover aspect that you throw in there, cause why not? So, yeah, I guess I have to do that. Yeah, leveled IR now. It's 10% DR instead of exploit for the vulnerable proc. I don't think I really need that anymore for like T4 content and shit. So I'd rather go for the DR. You have the Wolfies anyway for the Vuln. There's also 1, 2 dex nodes we should take, and there's also 1 and then 1, 2. I kind of also need a Grandfather for the rest. Grandfather gives me extra all-stats. How much all-stats does I think have? $319, so it's already 7 res actually, just by itself. Damn. Yeah, that's kind of filling the gap here. I'm missing 2, and I'm supposed to have 3 more max res. So that will fix it. I need that thing. Best case like this, or something like this wouldn't hurt. Already kept res as Balazan. Yeah, if you low Paragon, use a normal helm instead of loyalty and put some res there, and then Rest on the boots, rest on the ring, rest on the other ring. Incense. Something like that. Yeah, this season you're kind of forced to have more rest on the gear because the jewels give you less than diamonds. So, you know, normally you could just throw in like a percent armor roll on the neck, and then you're covered. And then you just do like diamond, diamond, diamond or some shit. But you can't do that right now. Actually, can I do some zeros while we at it? How much do we have? Not much. But it's honest work. Okay. There's more. Okay. YOLO. There's also Varshan. Do you want to do one? Is it worth throwing Imbuement on pen shots? No. In the past, I would say yeah. With old Eldritch Bounty, you could have thought about that. We don't need that now. Eldritch Bounty is just a passive. Druid was super fun. I'm gonna do more. What? Oh. But I played Druid like 2 days non-stop for the challenge to do the 107 yesterday. So I'm kinda chilling now and doing a bit of Barb. Exclamation mark build. Is he gonna one-shot me with his hug? I guess so, right? Maybe if a challenging shot I'll survive it. But I'm not going to try. Sword, swords. Ah, well. Somehow we're here procced anyway. I guess just on his auto attack. It's kinda sus. 4GA incoming. Dude, the 4GA Ramalati, that would be insane. Oh! Sword of G. Okay, let's go. Shit. More shit. Okay, unlucky. He does drop many swords though. many health potions. Any Spiritborn builds that can use Edge of Wrath? It's gonna be complicated, to say the least. Right here always seems to be a little too eager. Yeah, I think kind of similar to how you instantly get interrupted when you're teleporting and opening chests and taking prisoners and shit. I think that right here somehow interacts with your base life and not with your actual life, or maybe it doesn't interact with like the damage reduction that you have. And any small hit triggers right here Valiance, and that's it. So he doesn't actually ever really protect you from one-shots unless you literally don't take any hits whatsoever. And these are unusable. Yin's Blessing, huh? Yeah, whatever. Cue Barb training montage. Why are people assuming that it was bugged? Because she is. If you kill the ads too fast, you will bug out and become invincible. You have to kill the ads after like a few seconds. It looks so funny with the pain gorges, you know how everything is like the cleave, I guess. Sword? Oh my god, dude. They're getting worse every drop. If that's possible. I'm looking for him now. I need that it's not ass. That would be cool. Sword? Okay, I'll take it. Wait. 13 resource. Fuck. That's something though. Actually, I want to check how much of a loss that is. Let's go to the rest as well, I guess. Much more. Too bad. Overpowered GA. If that was on a resource, that would be huge. So if you master it up, that'll become a whole 29. Nice. Less than a GA would be from the start, I think. A GA would be 31. Nice. If I triple master a crit as resource, it's gonna be 28. Very cool. So now... the thing I have 57, dude. So I'm gonna miss 29 resource. Time for math. So this is the multiplier with full resource. And let's say I take this thing. This will be 298. We have minus 29 resource, we said, right? Yeah. Oof. So a GA on the resource on the Ramanatni would be, that's like 14% damage or something. That is actually a lot. $13.3 with the same triple crit masterwork. Pain. It wasn't such a shitty min roll, man. Fuck. At least my non-ancestor one has a max roll. It's masterwork to 4, by the way. Very cool. Now it's an upgrade, I guess. It's a 0.5 and not a 0.44. DPS goes up as well. That is like 7% just raw damage. And then the scaling here. So from the scaling, I should be like around 5%, 7%. So I should be like around 10% stronger, but I can still gain another 13% just for having GA on the resource. So the upgrade I just gained is smaller than the upgrade I could gain from just the right GA. Which is kind of funny to think about, actually. Of course. Ah. Hey, man. I'm gonna put it to 12, fuck it.
How shall I get my hammer?
Fucking first try, we hit a yellow as well, man. Any suggestions for Spiritborn hardcore run? Which build is better? Yeah, classic Quill. Or maybe the Crushing Hand Balazan is probably what you're looking for. To have like a good and half decently tanky build. But I mean, Spiritborn on hardcore is generally a terrible idea if you are not very good. Like, Spiritborn is by far the squishiest class across the board. What do you think about Fang and Claw, Rune for Bull Rise? Not much. Wait. Am I out of... Wait, did I stash this? What happened to my stuff? Just use a Shaco. I mean, you actually have double resource scaling as well. Shaco is not the worst idea. A big resource Shaco might not be that far off, to be honest. Or you get like a big cooldown Shaco and then drop the rage. And you have some resource and some ranks. And then you just don't need the resets and you just go Shroud. Can you get enough cooldown reduction for Wrath to make that happen? I wonder. Yeah, we have 3 years actually. Let's do it. Someone buffed me with incense. I realized that actually gives me more rest than I should have. It's 2 more, right? Maybe I should be running that for now since I actually need the stats. Oops. I don't think about those. Who drops them? Beast, I guess? I should farm those too. 85. I remember last time I also just got them randomly on the way, and I never actually went to the right boss. I have no idea where they drop. Okay, that's it. Yo. So you know, test if the Fawn's proc is actually important for Balazan. That's gonna be a painful test, I think. Huh. Is that a thing these days? Ariad's bearing? Not really, right? Let's go salvage them. Goodbye. Okay, oops. Beast and Uribar. Okay, what do you got for Beast? I'm not sure if I can insta-kill Beast actually, currently. It's gonna be a bit yikes, probably. Let's try it. There's also another horde. Should not forget that one. Why salvage ancestral uniques instead of selling? They salvage for times 10. But they sell for the same. So you sell the non-ancestral and salvage the ancestral. I'm not really in the mood to play beast phases now. But the things you do for mythics. Yeah, I don't think I can kill him in time. Maybe. Okay. I guess there's some good crates that works. Nice. But I think sometimes you'll have to play the phases. Oh. Unlucky. Kind of yikes actually, because I'm like teleporting around. A bit yikes with the lunge, I gotta say. Glove? That's the wrong kind of glove, actually. You can also get fists here. Okay, I think it's all about poking the Vuln fast. So I'm gonna do a rallying cry to start, get 2 lunges out, and the 2 lunges give me a wolf. So that's actually what I have to do. So I get the Vuln at the start. Oof. Shit. This is lunging strike. The problem is, like, it takes so long for the okay. It takes so long for the hooves to actually drain me to 0. It says until you run out. But because I constantly have this regeneration, it takes very long for me to actually run out, and it keeps draining me, but I can't attack. You know, like, I have too little to attack, but I can't do anything, you know? So I can't actually get my wolves out. It's kind of scuffed. Ooh, oh, shit! Yo, that's perfect. Okay. 100% double GA. Yeah, this is never gonna be replaced. GG. I'm out of here. And the heraldic walls particularly dangerous. He went in with a 2 Barb and got destroyed by the boss. Well, maybe you win it on a too high difficulty for your own good. Actually need to salvage these ones for the transmog. Okay, insane upgrade here. Now, what do we do? We want a GA, which we got, and basic 2 times. We can do that. And then we want nothing on this. I have a beautiful 20.8% mineral. Dude, my weapons are lovely, man. Ugh. Okay. Nice. I think I'll just reset when it's not yellow. Yo, it's lit. _1. Hello guys, thank you for the raid. Okay, it's a 1 in 16 for the yellow. Shouldn't be that hard. Copium. How's it going? Wait, do I need anything else on beasts on this character? No. Fist of Fate, but I can get those on the rogue at some point. Is there anything else here? Spiritborn has Harmony. Wound Drinker. So we were talking about that earlier, so maybe that's gonna be a thing. I'm gonna try to get one, I guess, on a Spiritborn. Actually, I think the lower Fury per second roll is probably preferable, now that I think about it. Because it makes me run out of Fury faster in those situations where I'm just like standing AFK at the boss summon. And then I can do my thing. This might actually be an upside. Oh my god. I don't really want to YOLO to 12 to try to hit the 1 in 4. Even if the second hit is something good. Enjoy your lunch break, dude. Hope the season is going well. Oh. And movement. We're fast as fuck, boy. I think I have way too much move speed now. Okay, I can completely remove the move speed from my neck. Good. That was a nice upgrade, actually. Okay, sometimes lucky, I'd say. Let me see if the beast here for, I don't know what. More eagle horns. I do have a good eagle horn, though. An enemy. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it would be preferable to hit the movement speed masterwork on the belligerents. But I'm not gonna redo this now. It's okay. So just like I made like plus 30% attack speed and like 6% more from the proc or something, and I think an extra rank on belligerents. So it'd be like 10, 20, it should be like 20, 25% DPS. Plus I'm fast as fuck. Nice. That was actually huge. What about Guiguar? Rage of Harrogate, they say. It's gonna be fun, they say. What do we got here? Ding, ding, ding. How's my res situation? Ding, ding, ding. 81 lightning res. Oh, that's pretty nice. And a free whisper. This guy isn't as rippy as he used to be. Yeah, I still have PTSD from Beast. I always respect Beast in the eyes, I gotta say. No matter what. So let's see, it drains. And then... Yeah, now it keeps draining, look. It keeps going. Because for some reason it doesn't register and run out. And it just doesn't stop. Which is even more weird, because... Why does it keep draining now? And it doesn't increase in the speed it drains. That's actually kind of odd. Oh, this guy is knocking me. Dude, imagine you get knocked from this into the tiles. Because there's this random guy here. Okay, Grigor. It's you and me. Mostly me. Oh, and Belial. Yeah, this is much faster than last time, actually. I can already feel the upgrades. Like, last Belial, I didn't have this weapon, I didn't have the boots. I can actually feel the difference. And it feels good. Okay, don't accidentally... If you accidentally misclick or like move your mouse at the wrong spot on the inventory, you're gonna evade through the inventory, you know, in the direction. That would be a funny rip clip. You know, like this. Phew. Dead. It certainly has happened to someone. Barb is slowly getting somewhere. If we now get a grandfather, we're chilling. And then eventually I'm gonna try to get a better Ramanatni. I should actually check the rage. Getting a GA, 54% plus. I want at least the same lucky hit if I can. 54 right now. Then you want life on this thing. Technically the DR from bleeding is stronger. than life, but life works always, and the Arm from Bleeding doesn't against the pit shadows. Dire fight had me molding. Yeah, she's pretty tough. That is not good enough. But they have plenty of living still. Wait, Spiritborn was Undial, make for fun videos. I mean, if you play like the powerful, not super speedy version of Evade, you can one-tap all the phases and all the totems, I guess, with one Evade. Or something like that. So if you can one-tap the totems, you should be okay on Andariel, as long as you're tanky enough to survive the ground dots. You just need to be able to like go through the lines on the ground and just chill. And if you can do that, then you're fine. And there's ways to do that. You can do like challenging shout on evade or something like that. Get a bit of life. Actually chunks us with all the hit. Beautiful 2GA amulet, huh? Does he still do the lightning damage on the jump? It seems like, but only for very short. Ah, friend. You're in Fawn Spiritborn. Yeah, Fawn Spiritborn with Zandaya is definitely tough on T4. Because you don't have a good way to make it tanky. Unless you equip like Ethereals. Just equip Ethereals and you're chilling. I dodged. And right here gets knocked. That's funny. Oh my god, dude. Insane twin strikes, actually. And now... Does Spiritborn need the quarterstaff or can they play polearm? Right? Traditionally, every build goes quarterstaff, unless they have a unique weapon that's not a quarterstaff. And the only exception would be maybe evade.
See some steel you need.
Like the Fawns builds, they want a fast weapon, so it's quarterstaff. The Unyielding Hits builds that are not Fawns want a fast weapon because you get more DPS from Unyielding Hits when you have a fast weapon as well, so it's just like always fast weapon. And also you have like a lot of other like synergies with attack speed, you know, like Prodigy's Tempo, Jaguar Hall, and so on. So it's usually just always quarterstaff if you can. And evade in particular does not care about attack speed because the evade animation doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter for attack, for the animation basically. Assassin's Stride get used in Shadow Step build, which is actually a relatively solid build right now. Another Belial, okay. That is going pretty well. I have to say, the bossing has been very smooth on this Barb, even with like my relatively crappy gear. And now it's like ramping. This is pretty good. Yeah, I would recommend Rake as one of, I think, the overall most solid baguette. I should put on some damage numbers actually. Not even sure how much HP this guy has. More gloves and pants.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
This guy wants to buy Aeon. This I didn't check the numbers at all. So, I don't know, I estimate he has like 20, 30 billion maybe? How much more do we have? Like 10 more, okay. Dodge. Sword. Close, actually. Usable. I'm running Logic Strike, exclamation mark build. That was worth saving, I think. Oh! I don't think I need a crit though, but it's a 60%. If I just like magically dodge masterworking the crit, it could be okay. I kinda want the knife though, or at least a DR. How much more do we got? Rigoire. So we have Rage. Nothing on Rogue. There's better loyalty, but I have loyalty already. And Sorc has Axial Conduit. So if I make a Sorc, I have to go from this as well, and Hail. But otherwise I can just keep farming Rage, I guess. Stewart's really good for this build. You kind of want ranks on the pants. And also res. You're gonna struggle with res if you don't have this. Because you have so many uniques, you don't even have any way to put res. So I need like maybe like a GA res triple masterworked on the ring or something. And then you might be fine. But then you still lose like potentially 7 ranks. That's a lot. But we are perma-installable, so it's a lot of DR. But also you get DR from the leap aspect, so that's kind of the same as the Tibolts almost. And life is a similar thing. So it's basically 20% damage plus some resource versus skill ranks. And you struggle to resist a lot more. Yeah, I don't think that Tibolts is really the way. Damn, that Rage of Harrogate I just found would be perfect if I could actually play the Ugly Bastard version of this. He actually wants a GA crit there. But Ugly Bastard is bugged. So I have to play Perdition, so I have too much crit. So I don't want the GA on the Rage of Harrogate. The struggle, man. Got some riders, by the way. Very nice. What happened here? I wasn't looking. Holy. Dude, why is the resource always so shit? Another 0.5, what the fuck? And this one is double. I mean, the second one doesn't matter, I guess. But it's slightly more resource and a bit more strength. At the cost of masterworking again. That was unexpected. And wasn't there like a whisper I wanted to do somewhere? Kuras or something? Ah, what's 4 minutes? F. Yeah, so someone said you can do a hardcore eternal character and get the boost to get the hardcore little statues. Anyone in chat who can try this? Gosh darn it, man, not really now. I'm gonna try. It's definitely gonna be a few % more damage. But you kinda need to hit the same masterwork. Uh-oh. Maybe hit crit. So it's 31. I mean, it's just better in every regard, I guess. Go on hardcore eternal, take the boost, and then have little statues on hardcore. Because I hear from a lot of people that they don't want to play hardcore because you can't get the boost. But apparently somewhere along the way they have added that so you can get it in hardcore. So anyone who has not played hardcore, can you log in on hardcore eternal and get the boost in Kyomashat? I don't want to get one guide, so I'm gonna have chat confirm this. Because that is news to me. And Blizzard has specifically stated that, you know, there's nothing hardcore about getting boosted at hardcore or something like that. I remember that. So they, people were complaining that they couldn't get the boost on hardcore back then, when it came out. Now the big thing is just getting the statues, I guess. Do you also get the renown from that boost, or is it just the statues? It's in Kyovashad as a in a tavern. There's a guy, and I'm not sure if you. I think you can use the boost 3 times, if I'm not mistaken, or is it only once? Yo, Scalamis. Thank you for Prime. It was us all the Grimoires. I guess we can call it a success. We got a nice upgrade, and we got a better sword as well, somehow. Maybe that's good enough. Is there any chance I can get rid of some crit chance? No, no, no. So we have literally the minimum crit we can have. In fact, we're gonna get more once I have a grandfather. Nice. Let's try to hit a life. Nice. Let's try to hit a life again. Nice. Let's try to hit a life again. That's something. $23, 24.7. Okay. 1.5k life. Bit more DR. And around 11% more procs. That is actually noticeable. The crit, unfortunately, is completely wasted. I only need 41 crit. So it's not too bad, I guess. But yeah, I guess eventually we want to have like a higher attack speed starless, and want to have like maybe a more lucky hit focus petition, which I actually own. It's on a rope right now. So maybe I should just put the other petition here. Wait. I need to check that. Okay, so hardcore has no boost. On Eternal, right? You guys are on Eternal. Okay, thank you guys. So it doesn't work. This is 26. But I need 41. So yeah. I guess I'm gonna stick to the other one for now and just have a bunch too much crit. Man, what are you chewing? He's chewing on something he shouldn't be chewing on. That much I know. And now he's looking at me very innocently. Okay, seriously, I checked that. I'm gonna be a beer 1 minute. Okay, sorry, I was a bit longer. Kudos. Let's see how the resets feel. What did I miss, guys?
Pardon me, stranger. Could you stay a moment?
I'm gonna try to form a line on Barb. Ah, it'll be very easy. I can kill him in a few seconds at this point. Like all the other bosses I kill in like 3 seconds or something. Or 5 maybe. Belial should be maybe 10. I don't know. He doesn't have that much more life. I think I might just push my glyphs a little bit more and that's probably fine. Which unique would I actually like to get though? The thing is, actually my most important upgrade that I can get now is a Shard of Irathiel. But farming Belial doesn't help me really for that because it's a random drop. I can't actually get Shard of Irathiel from anything. Sunstone Blood Maiden here, holy. Yeah, hordes. I can farm hordes, yes, but I mean, it's probably like maybe a 1 in 10 hordes to even get 1 Shard of Irathiel with a GA or so. I've done plenty of hordes and this is my best one and it sucks. So... that was fast. It's crazy to see there's people here and they actually do Blood Maiden. What happened? Spent 6 swords for like 1 hour, got a 2 GA shard, pretty chill. I gotta say, pretty lucky. And getting these horde uniques is really hard. But yeah, I'll probably do a bunch of hordes and hope for the best. I mean, I have plenty of keys, I can just keep doing hordes until I get it, basically. We're gonna get a ton of gem fragments on the way, which is not terrible, and a bunch of the side, which is really important right now. So why not? Question is which build will I do? I have to do this one, right? Do I? Oh, Shard can drop on the Rogue as well, and on the Druids. Maybe just load up the Rogue. Nah, it doesn't drop 12. It drops 2 if you don't count it. It depends on how many hearts you put. It goes from 2 to, I guess, 8 to 14 to 20. Depending on how many hearts you put. These people are clearly farming her. They're not just here to whisper. I didn't get a Harbinger. Fuck. You mapped you opened your map in Cross and it worked first try. That's actually insane. Didn't know that's possible. Goblin time. Do the different goblins have different... No. Different icons, I wonder. It doesn't seem so. So I built on max roll. Well, something very close to this for sure. Lunging strike Barb from, I think, Snail. But I made my own plan after this. That one is in the description. Dude, the attack speed is definitely noticeable. I feel so much faster. 60% down. Oh, this guy killed everything. Oh, there's another one. Harbingers, cultists. There's always a fucking cultist, man. And there's never, like, enough of them. I got 2 times the sword of considered 30%. Somehow my heart count went up. Alright, I didn't contribute anything on the previous. Oh my god, I'm so much faster with the extra attack speed I have now. I noticed it actually a lot. Interesting. Dog is kinda the vibe. That sounds sus. What is going on? Do we risk spawning the maiden? I think we risk it. Do you get 100 cinders on this event? I don't know, Monka. Should be close, Labby. I have my own plan now. To be honest, I mean, there's not really many moving parts in this build, so... it's pretty locked in. The 4 and 3 GA and Rotting Lightbringer exist. Yeah. I mean, anything like above 2 GA, I would say forget it. You know, if you're trying to farm that. I mean, 4 GA is actually a downside on Rotting Lightbringer. The maximum you want is 3. Because you don't want the RCR. That's actually a DPS downgrade. Didn't do any gambling on mine. No. I was just imprinting random aspects. Then I went to Torment 2, killed Ulva a bunch of times and got a weapon and Then I was on T4, basically. The weapon is an insane upgrade. Can I get 8 cinders? I should try an escalation session and see how it goes. I think it should be pretty easy. But let's do a few more glyph ups before. Let's see how the new power curve feels. This build is pretty good. MBK.
Use it well.
Okay, 75 for this. You hold right click and zoom around. That's it. And then you jump. Then you press RAF and everything gets pulled in. Imagine if Whisper Worlds were real. Imagine I could hold more than 10 Grim Favors now, and that would be something. And I don't have to like worry when I go to the Blood Maiden, oh, is some random dude next to me on the other screen gonna kill the fucking Harbinger and fill my Grim Favors to 10? So that when Blood Maiden spawns I lose my 3 hearts? Oh god, man. How about that? Can we do something about that? That would be great. I said about it. I don't know. I think it would be fine if you could hold like 3 turn-ins or something, you know? That'd be nice. So it's kind of just the whispers for a little while, and then, you know, you don't have to worry about that stuff. And then, okay, you turn in once, or you turn in twice, or turn in 3 times. Depending on how many you have gathered. You know, like the same system as now, you can go to like 29, and then overcap it to 34, or something like that. That'd be kind of cool, actually. Definitely noticeably more damage. I wonder what you guys are cooking. The Whisper rewards. And in general. How is resource bad on Polarize? You have enough resources no matter what, basically, because of reactive ooze. And with more resource cost reduction, you don't spend it so fast. So you don't proc Ancestral Guidance every 5 seconds necessarily. Or maybe you can if you constantly attack, but you don't always constantly attack. So resource cost reduction is actually a downside, especially if you have a GA of it and it goes to like 90% or so. Like at some point you will just not be able to proc Ancestral Guidance almost at all. Especially with starters and stuff, your Pulverize is gonna cost like 3 or so. And with the exponential scaling of resource cost reduction on the same item, with the GA and stuff, you pretty quickly get to the point where, yeah, like Ancestral Guidance will be hard to trigger. So that's why you actually don't want to have a GA resource on the Lightbringer. I don't know what I mean, Wonkus. Is that a demand, a request, an order, a tip, relay? Oh, unban requests. Oh shit. I don't even know how to see them. I have to find them. You actually have really good stagger on this thanks to the wolves, I think. The wolves actually just stagger the boss. How many Whisper guys do you need? Yeah, I think it's 23 or 27. I'm not sure. Yo, +4 to leap, man. Do we have any leap quake enjoyers? Holy.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
$76. I think it was 14 caches to get level 50 or something, MBK. So you can just do like that and then do the strongholds. That's what I did on this Barb. I think it was 14 or 15. So I just like made some gear and then straight to the strongholds basically. Oh, one does is typing. Holy shit. That's a great unban request, actually. Wait, what happened? When was that even? Oh gosh. Was there like an incident lately? Seems very upset. Yesterday? Wait, I didn't realize you banned someone yesterday. What do you say? Wonkers is fast, man. Your finger on the button, man. What can Earthspike do? I expect it should be like in the 100 range, at least. Ah, this was this guy. You are a Blizzard bitch. Completely out of nowhere. Okay. I guess we can let chat decide. Unban request granted or not? Let me read it to you. It's like a mix of German and English that you used. Okay. I understand Woody doesn't... I understand Woody gets money from those game producers. But man, I shit on money. When you look at how they use their players. English now as it's easier. He's being paid by Blizzard, isn't he? Why do you defend them? And even if you have criticism, you do it like moderate, not like attacking them. Are you afraid of losing the money you get from them? Back to German. I can believe that you can't work anything else and you're very dependent on donations and other money from streaming, I guess. Okay. So that is the unban request for Mr. Alex Paul. Chat, what do you say?
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Yeah, it's hard to like translate on the fly. But I did my best. His last message in chat was you are a Blizzard bitch, aren't you? Before he got banned. I like that logic as well. Like, yeah, you have criticism, but you do it like moderate. Not attacking them. Yeah. That's great, man. That is amazing. Wait, can you reply to unban requests? No, right? You can just like accept or deny, right? His only message before that is asking how he can play more of this shitty game back in 2024. Okay, amazing. We lost a legend in this chat. Well, to be fair, Blizzard does give me the occasional free battle pass. So technically I'm a paid shill, I guess. Technically correct, man. Don't forget the streamer client. Yeah, okay, but that's industry standard, okay? So you should let Nini respond. Oh shit, yeah, we need to get Nini on the mission here. Where is she? I can't turn her. Okay, let's see. She seemed very perplexed about the the request that I made. Let's see. Instead, we need a moderator to check our unban request. How dare you make money for a living? That's a good one.
Still got some good in it.
There's got to be some D4 bad annies in there. In my unban requests? Yeah, for sure. Sometimes, I mean, I generally don't ban people if they just say something like that. But if they're like starting to be annoying, then I guess, yeah, goodbye. So, I mean, you know, very often I get raided by someone like, you know, Rex raided me earlier or something. There's plenty of D4 bad people there. So I kind of understand that in other chats things are looking a bit different compared to mine. And I don't just like ban everyone who says that or something like that. But yeah, some people are just kind of like assholes. And annoying. Where do you hide the money from Blizzard? Uh-oh. Shit, now Nini's on my tracks. Uh-oh, guys. Yo, team smacks. You can try to use a normal helm with armor and res early on and use instance as well. It definitely takes quite some paragons to get all of the nodes and stuff. There's not many items where you can put res in this build. This dude seems really pissed, doesn't seem like an unban request. Wait, what? I thought he just wanted to come back to chat with us again. I think I might have misunderstood. But I mean, there's also the thought, if you unban them, you have one more chatter in chat, right? People always tell me like my chat is so slow. You know, nothing is going on. If he was drunk or something, maybe give him a chance. No. I mean, even drunk can't explain that. More lizards spamming parties. Thank you, Nini. Can we get a pet the mods? Hello, cute guys only. I'm fabulous. Just the way I look. How about you? Wait, you don't pet the mods? Ah, there. Nah, 3 minutes. Boss fight is getting longer now. Seems like my cooldown's kind of check out now though. That's nice. We got single target. Ugh. Two Aeon runes. Guys, I guess. Right. How much would this guy pay, huh? The answer is 250 million. Stonks. They already unfriended me before leaving the party. Holy. Okay. You have 2.2 Bs. Look at that. And we have a blood main again. And we have a Kurast. Actually, let's do the Kurast and then do blood maiden before I forget that. How was I inspired to choose my outfit today? Well, I have a matching kind of like brown tone, I guess. So I can blend in. I'm a rogue after all. Did it work? You melt either way. I mean, I do have a bit of tan now, and I can stand the sun a little bit now. It's fine. I was touching some sand, but of course now it's like blasting all day. But in like around 2 weeks, I'll be touching some more sands for a bit. I live in Athens. There's a lot of sea. Pit for Paragons. Fast pit runs, whatever you can do at the highest tier in like around 1 or 2 minutes. Make a speedy build and go pit. How's Grace? Hot and sunny. Kind of the opposite of what you need for blasting video games all day long. But you do what you gotta do. How else am I gonna get my paycheck from Blizzard Entertainment Inc? class and build is Nini playing this season? She's playing an Frostblade's Slayer. Almost level 99, apparently. Maybe she is already. Okay. We're playing Ultra Grass. I have almost everything on Ultra. Okay, Hellborn Maiden is actually the best hold tide ever here for 8 Whispers. You just need to be able to click this 3 times to complete. Okay. What's the best thing about Season 9 besides Lineage and Astaroth? I think the build diversity and also exactly the build stand we play. Like the meta is just fun. There's really like a lot of fun builds right now. I think that's the best part about Season 9. Like it often happens that we have like a you know, top builds that are just like not great to play or something like that, or like, I don't know, based on some shitty bugs or you know, whatever. But right now it's actually like really cool. Like the builds are fun. Also the updates are really good to the builds. How's my setup cast Ground Stomp? Well, I'll tell you a little secret. It doesn't. $100,000 steps. That's actually one way to cast Ground Stomp without having it on a bar. But I can't say I've ever used those boots. Maybe someday they'll shine. I like that. This will come in handy at some point. Hi, Hulk. I hope to have an answer. Okay, easy clap. We do 78. I don't have banana mods for you. Sorry. And I do need them too. But I'm sure you can find plenty of other streamers that give you many of them. Just like that. Give me gold, okay. Well, I do need gold, but I do need banana mods more than that. So, sorry. Me playing hardcore secondary. But maybe it's like actually an easier way to end the discussion. I think next season's Chaos Powers will be super hype. I doubt it. But who knows? Maybe they're gonna come up with something cool. I mean, to be honest, the season theme, like the season's theme in a vacuum is not bad. The current one. It's only considered bad because we already had like 5 times the same stuff. You know, I think the season theme itself is okay. It's just, you know, the same shit again, basically, right? That's the real problem. Like, if someone didn't play the last 5 seasons, and they come back to play this season, they're gonna have a blast. And they're gonna be wondering, like, what the fuck? Why is everyone mad? But then there's other people that, you know, actually want to see some innovation, right? We have, like, just no innovation. That's, like, the bigger problem. Like, D4 is just, like, in stagnant mode until expansion, right? It's just, like, as people say, expansion waiting room. And okay, we get some stuff, like, okay, the 9 dimensions. And now the Hordes revamp. Okay, you know, it kind of, like, moves the game forward, but very slowly. And the question is, when is the next time they're gonna, you know, take a look at Nightmare Dungeons, right? Now that they've done the big Nightmare Dungeon patch, when are they going to, you know, fix the stuff that we discovered now that needs fixing? And, you know, when do they give us, you know, more Nightmare Dungeon stuff? That's gonna be, again, in, like, you know, years or something, so who knows? So that's the other, like, fear I have, basically. It's like, yeah, there's, like, you know, Nightmare Dungeon, my job here is done, right? But it's not. So...
My hammer sings on your return.
89. One rogue build can you start farming if you have 0 uniques, but all the mythics? I guess you can just play Dance of Knives. I start blasting, T1, T2, easy T2 I think. And just fly. If you want to have a bit more power, I guess you can do Death Trap and play the starter variant of Death Trap with Exposure and Barrage. This Death Trap leads into a good endgame build. Like Dance of Knives is just not really strong, but Death Trap is like the top build basically. So you can kind of get a few things and start blasting harder. Otherwise try to get for the Azarath and then do that. An Azarath, a random Fist of Fate from the stash, and there you go. Heartseeker always works. Yeah, we have good aspects of basics. If you have a Pengor just lying around, that's also good. Arrow Storm with Barrage. Yeah, someone asked me the other day about Arrow Storms. And I'm thinking, like, what can it do? I think it should be, like, also, like, at least 90 plus pit territory. If you, like, really try. Can do TB or the gloves needed. Fist of Fate is not needed, but it's pretty huge. I think I can tank this side. I should try it with a challenging shout up, I guess. Dude, should I try to gamble swords? We can get both Aradni and a shot of Raphael, I just realized. What else is there? Azarath, Bird Blade. Not that much else. Maybe I'm gonna gamble some swords. Because this horse farming is not gonna work out, I feel. Druid did 111. Nice. Oh, good luck, Exile. I'm gonna try a sword combo.
Greetings. Now what's still got some good in it? Well, those not a bastard ghost. I had that.
It's a lot of uniques. 1, 2, 3, 4.
There's something special.
If you want to play Heartseeker at some point, which I might, then I will definitely need a better shot of Raphael as well. 80. Still going pretty fast here. What class would I recommend to a new player? Druid or Necromancer, I would say. Druid is pretty good right now. Polarized Druid is very nice. Very chill build, tanky, fun. Necromancer, you can do also, you know, pretty powerful builds. Especially minions, it's nice right now. Huge bonks. Yeah, that's the Druid style. I also play Sorc this season. Yeah, I'm planning to do some Sorc as well. But I'm not super hyped for Hydra. I have other fun builds to go for right now. I'm gonna get more Arcana. They patched that a few days ago, so it should be pretty easy now. Just one more strong rooms. Waiting for a day to delete the Fist of Fate. I mean, to be fair, they did delete the crowd control effect from it. Which was very important to do. I guess it's still like a relatively OP item. Just because of the insane lucky hit that it can't get anywhere else. And this will always like kind of like throw like a hit balancing off a bit, right? Fist of Fate should have been a mythic. That's actually a pretty good take, I think. I think Fist of Fate could be a mythic, actually. And the cool part about it is, it's a mythic that's not even auto-included in every build, like many other mythics. I wouldn't even be mad if they just make it a mythic. Same stats in the expansion or something. Would be even more broken. Yeah, I guess it would be broken in the sense that you always get a max roll, right? Dude, I feel like Mythic should not always be max rolled. I feel that it would be way more exciting if they had ranges again. Especially with like how accessible Mythics are. This guy's like not taking damage. And the problem is actually the Willbreaker gem, right? Willbreaker is only active for 6 seconds and then for 6 seconds again on stagger. So I guess for these tiers I need to remove this. I mean, okay, it's still good for the clear, but then on a boss it just like falls off really hard. It's kind of like rogue stagger, just a notch lower. Imagine roll variants of Mythics and Corruption. Holy. Yeah, I feel like Mythics should have variants again. You can, you can still like tweak it in a way where, it's like not too punishing or something. Don't make it a variance of Shaco. It can be like 1 to 4 all skills or some shit, right? But make it 3 to 4 or something like that. And then, the life can be like, I don't know, 500 to 900 or whatever. And so on, right? I think that would be more fun. They need to have ranges need to be less rare than they are now. Or we get a way to target them. How about that? Like the other problem with Mythics is also like everyone wants a Mythic or two, but we have like 10 Mythics in the table and you don't care about all of them. But there's no way to like we can't target uniques, why can we not target Mythics? You'd rather Mythics be super rare again and drop from all sources. Yeah, I guess the bigger... I think it's fine that you can farm Mythics with something, and it's like, okay, I want that thing now, and I'm gonna go do that thing and get them, even though it takes a while and so on, right? With bosses. But yeah, I kind of hate that we don't have any chance at all to get a Mythic outside of bosses, right? Not even fucking Astaroth has a Mythic drop chance, apparently. Like, I asked chat multiple times now, it doesn't seem like Astaroth drops any Mythics. Like, why does he not have a fucking, like, I don't know, 1 or 2% chance or something to just drop a fucking Mythic? Or like a Whisper, give me a Mythic Whisper cache, 1 in 1,000 turn-ins or something like that, and every 5 seasons it happens, like, boom, and it's gonna be the tale to tell your friends, right? Like, why is that not a thing? Like, it doesn't have to be like anywhere close to like the best possible farm to get a Mythic, right? But at least I want to have, somewhat of a chance to find a Mythic somewhere. I think up to this day, since season 4, I haven't I found 1 random Mythic. Not from bosses. In like, I don't know, how long? 3,000 hours or so? Since they made Loot Reborn, basically. Yeah, I don't need like, you know, it's basically what we have right now, right? If you compare to Mage Blood, it's basically what you have. Mythics are like Mage Blood level of rare. But then you can just, you know, go out of your way a little bit, kill bosses for some hours, and you get a bunch. Or even better, you twink it out, and, you know, in like 2 hours you speedrun a Spark. Or even faster, potentially. You can just print mythics if you want. In hours, you know? But if you actually just play the video game, you will just never see a mythic. And that doesn't really check out, I feel, you know? Like, I do randomly find uniques as well. But why not a mythic? At some point, at least. PvE has a huge moments with mirrors and stuff. Yeah, I mean, this is basically what they originally designed the mythics for, right? Back in Season 0 and Season 1, no one had mythics. You know, it took us an entire month for the first confirmed mythic drop in the entire world, right? Or something like that, when the game came out. So that was obviously too rare, you know? So they had to take it from there and then maybe like times 1,000 it, or even times 10,000 it. And somewhere in that range it would have probably been okay. But yeah, then they decided to make like the Season 2 boss ladder stuff, and then it was just like raining mythics, right? Like we were just able to farm them. So you just go you go to Duriel jail and kill him 1,000 times until you have everything you need. And that's it. You know, you just go and get him. Even though that go and get him is very long and boring, it's much better to the alternative of like 50 years of grinding other stuff, right? So yeah, now it's like, okay, we get all these mythics and make our builds around them, and it's like pretty consistent. But I feel like I would still like to have the option to, you know, I play my Barb now and I'm not doing bosses, and I'm kind of like, you know, prepping boss mods to go do a session. And I don't know, maybe I get lucky, maybe I find the fucking grandfather on the way, you know, and I'm just gonna feel good, right? And this is just, it's like basically not possible right now. Like, I have zero expectation to ever find a mythic in a season. The entire season, in 500 hours. And the next season too, and the season after that. I know I will not find a mythic. But then I go to bosses, and in half an hour I get a mythic, guaranteed, basically. You know? Like, it is like too much of a gap. Night, Sophie. Like, at least let me have some reasonable expectation, I don't know, every few hundred hours or something, you know, to find a mythic. Or something like that. Just from playing the game, you know? Why not? I think few hundred hours is an okay number to just get a mythic at some point. What guarantee? Yeah, okay, it's not really a guarantee. But, you know, the average, like when I go kill bosses, I don't know, kill bosses for an hour or something, you know, on average I'll get a mythic. Okay, sometimes it's like, you know, 2 mythics back to back, sometimes it's like 2 hours of nothing. Yeah, sure. But the TLDR is if you kill bosses fast on T4, you're gonna get mythics. So... also just the thing that, you know, we get sparks. It's not just the mythics that we can farm so easily, right? We also get sparks. You know, we get free sparks handed out with Season Journey, Lilith, and then a repeatable spark even from the Season Wrap. So you already get 1.5 mythics just from existing. But you just can't find a real drop, you know? Like, getting a drop is like way more exciting than the spark. And you kill Lilith still. I just realized I haven't actually killed Lilith. I should probably do that at some point. If only I had all the waypoints unlocked, man. I could teleport to Nostrava. No, wait, what is that? Thank you, Robert. I do read, Brennan. Yeah, the problem with like combining the two chats is, like how the hell do I type in one or the other? Because I frequently have to type stuff. She's getting tanky, man. I don't like Doombringer. Dude, Doombringer was my first, second, and third mythic this season. That was great. I want to try an escalation session and see how Astaroth goes. Let's do it. Oh, equipment delve. Apparently they fixed something. Let's see. The Doom Cube? What are you talking about? You got an air in a Whisper Cache. Holy man. And that's the thing that we just talked about. And I do occasionally hear from people, oh man, I found a mythic here, I found a mythic there. But I mean, the reality is, it's just like, you know, there's like just so many people in my chat, you know, that we cycle through daily. And of course, some people will find some mythic somewhere when you combine like, you know, hundreds of thousands of hours or something. But yeah, it's just too rare, I feel. The Doom Cube. Oh my god. Explore Vile Hive and slay Agony. What if I already slay her in the strong room? I have a lot of memory. You there. You get 4 mythic. A random mythic 4 seasons in a row. That's insane. Wait, where did I miss one? Shit. I wasn't paying attention there. Yeah, I think like redistributing the mythics from bosses, like I think it's fine if bosses are still like the place to get mythics, kind of. But maybe redistributing the drop rates a little bit away towards the rest of the game would make some sense. You know, just like here and there you get a spark, boom. Here and there you get a mythic, boom. You know? Why not? You would actually have like these random big dopamine hits sometimes just happening, you know? And honestly, if you do something like that, you could also start implementing other uses for sparks, right? Like spark is like a good currency. You don't need a new currency or something if there's like a new endgame crafting system. You just use the spark. And then you have the option to either craft more mythics or you use that other thing for endgame crafting. You know, like we're talking about corruption or you're talking about recombinating or something. And then you just use that as well. If you get them a little bit more often anyway. Handshot is really good. Like a Heartseeker chest, like a 1 in 1,000 chance to appear as a mythic chest. Oh my god, man, everyone is gonna log in. It's like, shit, guys. Mythic chest. Alert. That'll be interesting. I mean, you can make it per player, I guess, right? 24 seconds evade cooldown. Very cool. Escalating night manages iron strong rooms. It's just here. Pew. See? The Bloodborne from the 3 threat. And the Hellborn from the Helltide. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. You can definitely like sprinkle in a bunch of like extra mythic chance in some places, right? I think Hellborn would be a good idea. Or like even like pit completion, you know, like a tiny extra chance. Just half a mythic, or I don't know. What? Stuff like that. Obviously it shouldn't just be like, okay, raise the mythic chance overall a little bit. It should be like in some places where you would at least somewhat expect a reward, right? I think Hellborn is a good example. I like this idea of the 1 in 1,000 mythic chest in Helltide. That's pretty cool. Yo, 4 to Frenzy. I need to give that to Condus. Shroud instead of Razor Plate is quite a damage loss, but if you're desperate for more survivability, you can do it. Diana. What part is the Mythic Goblin? The Mythic Goblin is purple, I think. But I don't think I've actually ever seen him. And I think the icon on the map is the same as well. Does it have a different color icon? How are Necros doing this season? They're doing pretty well. But I think most people are just like playing other stuff.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails.
Like besides the minion stuff, Necro didn't really get much new or something. That was like exciting. They got clunkier Bone Spear, clunkier Blood Wave, and then there's Shadow Blight, which apparently is kind of popping off, but I can't really imagine that not to be clunky either. When are we getting Paladins? Soon TM. Someone overrode my stuff actually, this is not my own. For a while. Stir off. Okay, he's melting.
some steel you need? What's still got some good in it?
Oh. Decide mine.
Hello, Vasily Ghost. Hello, shining beauty.
Maybe the low mythic drop rates are exactly because of the same mistake. Who knows? I was looking for chest, but then I realized the opposite mod is actually just on kill. But so far I've gotten 0 outside when I looked. All these packs, what the fuck? These guys don't have anything. Where's my outside? What? Does it bug out or something? It just doesn't drop any? This entire dungeon I'm not getting any outside. Usually get like every pack. I think it's bugged. No, but this was opposite mine. It says a drop additional opposite. Here's another opposite mine. Okay, let's see. Already swapped for air if you don't have it. Yeah, good question. Normally this would be Ugly Bastard Helm. I mean, you can still try to do Ugly Bastard Helm, just don't press it more often than once every 10 seconds. Because if you reactivate it while it's active, you will not gain the buff. It's bugged right now. But yeah, it's kind of annoying to do that, and there's not even a way to track it. It doesn't even have a timer. So that's the best part. For some reason it doesn't have a timer. So realistically, Gold Slayer or just a normal helm and fix your res with that. Put Hectic. I think I put Hectic on a normal helm actually and some res on the planner. We'll check the planner. Okay, my auto side is moving. That are like first dungeons in escalation just not dropping auto side at all or what? Yeah, that is definitely a bug. I'll wait for Blizzard to add Magic Find. Oh my god. It's just like 1k auto side in this floor. Not the worst. Diamond. I'm wood hacker this, and hope you enjoy your summer too. Cruising Scroll escaped over as a lie. I don't think it was. I think it's like maybe doubled or so. It feels like doubled. I definitely get more scrolls. Golden Wisdom seems to bug out as well. Yeah, after some time it just stops dropping the globes. I imagine this is like maybe some kind of like safety mechanism, you know, like a fail-safe in case someone finds like some infinite spawn stuff or something. But the fact that you can't even finish a dungeon with that happening is kind of stupid. I agree with that. Like they needs to at least need to like double it or something, so that you actually don't have it just end at the end of the dungeon. The helm answer. The helm answer is Hectic Helm with res and armor. For this build before perdition. Remember farming 100 in cellars? I mean, I did actually ban people for that. With the cellar exploit. Back when they cared about banning exploiters. Maybe I'm a Sorc junkie. Oops. I just need to play all the builds. What the hell? Okay, all the swiftness modes. Talk. Not a single like achievement buff. Okay. What about these? Fast as fuck, boy. Let's go. Did not forget about this one. Sorry, no habla español. Can you speak English? Someone didn't pick that thing again. I don't get why I do the shrine. What does it do? In the strong rooms? The shrine just spawns the portals and a bunch of monsters, basically. So first you get the extra achievement buff from doing the pillar, and then you click on the shrine and you get more stuff, basically. But realistically, you just kind of go for the room and click on whatever you get. So I'm not really trying to, like, max that or something. Duriel's offering and Uriwa's offering. Yo!
I'll keep my forge hot. Return
Okay, I really have to clean my stash. Kinda fucked, yeah. All leveling is with Whisper caches. Let's see how much stuff. Dude, they keep spawning these Kaza dudes. Okay, 22 mass, 4 shards. Okay, that's alright. And... wait, none of the uniques. I thought it would also drop some of the uniques that they also drop, but I guess not. Actually, while we're at it, don't I have like another hammer? This pole arm. Plus fate to fly. I have one for frenzy and one for fly now, I guess. Is Connors online? Need to ask him if he wants them.
See some steel you need? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Feels like I'm not getting any escalation decisions back. Well, I got one actually in a previous. Ah, that's decent vanity. Next file. Oh. Yeah, it looks like the first dungeon in escalation just doesn't drop any opposite. That is certainly a bug. Like, this is supposed to be just like a normal damage, right? So unless you find a strong room, you just rush through this. The best basic attack build. Well, it looks like lunge, I guess. And that's running it. Bosses are the best for souls. If they bug fix, pulverize, we're probably gonna put it in S. Or maybe if you like rearrange the tier list in general. We're gonna have like a meeting on Saturday to discuss like, you know, like with the new pit scaling and everything. How things are looking. But I wouldn't really say pulv is S. At least like pushing wise, it doesn't really, you know, it's clearly behind some of the other stuff, like Spiritborn for example. So it's like an overall great build. You can definitely put it higher up in A or something, but yeah. And Hydra, I guess, I'm not sure exactly what like the legit clears are now with Hydra. It's kind of hard to tell. I'm not sure what people are doing. But I have Sorcs will know at least. But yeah, in a few days you have a big TLS update anyway. And like, you know, any kind of like wild moves that need to happen immediately, and we can do that anyway. So this might have already happened, I'm not sure. I haven't moved anything from the Spiritborn so far, at least. Is Hyla going to S? And that will mostly depend on like the performance without the bug. But it could be that we expand the S tier a little bit, for example. And just put like more of the top of A builds up there in S or something. So maybe. Ultimately it doesn't really matter, it's just like a list, right? The build is the build. And you know, if that build is number 5 and goes in S, or it's number 5 and it's in A, it's still number 5. You know? So it doesn't really change anything about that. Yeah, it's not just Hydra. Like technically we have to make an S+++ tier and put every single Sorc build there right now until they fix the elements aspect. So yeah. We're not doing that. I'm going to try to start a discussion. Maybe we can do some updates already before the Saturday meeting. Like moving a few of the builds around that are like really good. I guess, you know, some builds definitely turned out to be stronger than expected. Like Pulf is an example. Pulf might be scratching ass. Maybe Hydra. I don't know, maybe some stuff like Lunging Strike goes in A now. No tiers, just numbered ranks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's just a list of builds. That'll be funny. What's the most effective up-to-side farm? Well, the best is still refinement tributes. And after that, I would say it's just strong room grind. How much do you lose without stars on Pulf? Not much. Like all the mythics on Pulf are kind of small. I guess the biggest one is probably the Helm. That's been my most enjoyable tune so far. I don't know. Maybe the pen shot. On the other hand, I really enjoyed the push on the pull. On the other hand, I really enjoy like flying around on the bar. And the Spiritborn season song was great. So I don't know, man. Strong room is way better if you have dungeons after. Yeah, okay. I mean, like doing a strong room dungeon, let's say with like the loading screens and finding the room and doing the pre-event and then doing the other pre-event and then doing the strong room and then leaving the dungeon. I think we're talking about like 3 minutes per run on average or so. Or let's say 2.5k auto sight. Like a Kuras run is definitely faster than that and gives you 2k. Like a Kuras run can be done like 90 seconds or so. So if you have refinement tributes, I don't think you can beat that. Plus you don't even have to bother about, you know, with crafting sigils and sorting sigils and whatever. Dude, I'm stuck on the chest. We're not gonna play Razor Wings. That's gonna be for later. I have other objectives currently. We're going to do a bit more cooking tomorrow with the Spiritborn. Dark Omen. Grim Secrets. What is Grim Secrets? How rare are mythic items? Very rare unless you farm bosses. Then they're kinda common. That they are bosses in particular. Okay, this is Heraldic Knowledge. Nice. And files. That's a great Astaroth. I wanna see how much gold he drops. 761. It says a lot of gold. You got 1 million gold. What? And there's more. Oh. Wait, what? 761? Wait, was it real? Okay, it dropped a lot more gold at the end. So I guess the 1 million was just this regular drop. Yeah. What? He actually dropped 60 million or something. 50 million, almost. Okay, that's actually good. Just the 1 million is probably like the normal drop, and then there comes the extra at the end. So I got bamboozled. Yes. Boom.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
Yeah. I mean, actually, do I really need to farm a lot more Zir? Or do I just say, screw it? Maybe I say screw it. Ah, a few blood lands here and there can't hurt. 5 minutes of Opus. What's better, Spiritborn or Sorc? Well, until tomorrow, or maybe in a few hours, I guess the answer is Sorc. Then we'll see. Dude, I gotta say, getting 50 million gold just like that from Astorf is kinda cool. That is legit. Out of 4 classes I play, which one is the most fun? Yeah, I can't decide really. I guess in terms of like new and uniqueness and that kind of fun factor, the Penshal build is the winner so far. Because we haven't really had anything like that.
Mortal souls, ripe for living.
I won, Mark. Double swing any good? I don't think that double swing really got anything to become stronger this season, did it? So I wouldn't really say yes. I played last season and that was with the overpower stuff, and even then it was like kinda okay. But now it's like, ugh. I guess they nerfed everything, so maybe we can get away with it. New character leveling strats solo. For all sets of caches. Otherwise, exclamation mark leveling. Rob was in one. Oh shit. 50 seconds. I can come back here. There's a lot of people, yeah.
Greetings. Wait. Come with me. Halt. Follow me. Do not go any further.
See gaming news. Thank you for Prime. I got one-shotted by Andariel 3 times. Yeah, what you need to know about this beam bug is the beam just keeps rotating as normal. So if you see it and then kill her and the beam bugs out, you just need to imagine, you know, where it turns and then don't go there. So that's how that works. And other than that, I mean, just make a tanky build and you don't have to insta-kill her. Oh, this guy's dead.
Greetings.
Don't go any further.
And, you know, you can equip a Tyr's Might, you can make like a tanky setup, or you just don't insta-kill her and just do it on Torment 1 or something, you know. Try dodging around a little bit, see the timings. Goblin time. That's a tanky goblin. Where's the second one? Guys? Where is it? Is that only one? I wonder how this guy died over there on the left. Like it was all the way over there on the left. I'm not sure what he died from.
Hello.
Guys, chest. The Say rune is for being gorgeous. And also Vuln, I guess. And also Freeze is not bad. Okay. Let's go into Soul.
Better than starting from nothing.
Greetings.
50M? Stonks? Wait, how did my... Did I not press this? I didn't press this. Oops. So it's not a radio. This is Converter from Mega Drive. It's for my playlist. This guy is looking for Bastion GA. It's like the worst one to have as a GA.